Just gonna check, make sure. Yep. Everything's working over here. Got that. Got this. Alright, deep breaths, and then we begin. Hey everyone, welcome back. I decided I want to try some standard decks and just get a sense of what they can be. This is kind of, I just brew it immediately. I don't really have too much detail in it. I just think it will work. I'm going to try it out, see how it fares, and figure out from there. So this is an old Stick Fingers deck that I had the idea of that I just want to try out. I used a lot of there were cases where I wanted to have like 3 of a specific card, and I just chose to put 2 plus another since I already had one. But we're going to just see how each of these different cards fares. So, in our early game, we have Deathbond Sprout to help mill us at the beginning, and the Willgeist. So it is worth noting that with an old Stick Fingers deck, usually people try to get a ton of creatures in their graveyard. Half of our deck is not creatures. Our idea is we want Digraph Rebirth to bring back some of the big scary creatures. Blood on the Snow could also bring them back. Binding of the Old Gods is just a good value card. Agadeem's Awakening is pretty nice. Like, Stick Fingers just puts cards in the grave, gets us some value. Skyclave Shades like being in the grave. Ebon Death likes being in the grave. Null Priest does some good stuff while in the grave. Agadeem's Awakening is going to bring back a good 1-drop, a good 2-drop, a good 3-drop. Blex, because of Search for Blex, I can actually put more cards in the grave, and if there's something worth bringing back, I can. Throne of Death turns all my creatures in my grave into card draw. And I have like 1 at each mana value for Agadeem's Awakening, Blood on the Snow for some good board clears, since I'm probably going to end up behind on board against aggressive decks. Burning Rune Demon helps me just get the card I need while being a good big flyer. And even Bookworm. So Bookworm, it's not a Palak Worm. It doesn't give us 7 health and a card draw. But it does give us some health, it gives us some card draw, and it is a threat all in of itself. The deck just seems generally good. Deadly Brew helps us reanimate and stuff. I really wanted to put more Willgeists in, try this card out. The fact that when it dies, I gain life felt like a really powerful theme, but it's a rare. I'm not certain about this deck yet. I want to try out first. And of course, Meathook Massacre is just always a good card. There are 5 board sweepers in this deck, and this is one of those cards that the life gain is great. The fact that even if it kills my creatures, they lose life, and that just sticks around and does its effects, is just all really powerful. So we're going to try it. I'm not sure how well this is going to work. Standard has been getting wrecked by Alrund's Epiphany, but we're going to do what we can. Generally speaking, none of the cards are bad, but none of the cards are like so exceptionally amazing that I think it's going to be the best thing. But Old Stick Figures should pull its weight, and that's really all I'm looking for. We are in bronze, but my MMR is pretty high, so that's the whole thing I'm facing with. Alright, so we have a turn 1 Deathbond Sprout, a turn 2 Null Priest, and yes, 2-1 Menace Lifelink is great. And if I want to go turn 3 Old Stick Fingers, that is an option. Otherwise, I just go turn 4 Binding. Yeah. So this curve looks good. Yeah, that was one of my main concerns. I want to have a good curve because I have to be able to... If you're mid-range, you have to be a mid-range deck that can win before Alrund's Epiphany combo goes off on turn 8 or 9, depending on if they foretell it. So, gain an early curve is very good. Alright, did not mill a creature, I'm okay with that. And I'm just going to play a Menace Lifelinker. Force them to start dealing with threats. Alright. Professor Symbology, and I will be training the Deathbond Sprout to make sure the Professor goes down now. Well, my Deathbond Sprout hasn't done much for me. Alright, cool. So with them killing the Deathbond Sprout, I can play Stick Fingers as a 2-2 if I'd like. Otherwise, I could play Egon. I won't have many creatures in my graveyard, but... So it's either Egon or Stick Fingers is basically the question. They're playing to Environmental Sciences. If I Egon, I really apply a lot of pressure. Oof. I really want to draw a land, but nothing really helps me with that, so... other than Throne of Death, which I don't want to play when I only have 1 black. We're going to go with Egon. This does draw me a card if I have no plays next turn. I will not be playing Stick Fingers while this is there, but it's nice to have. We've played fully on curve. They do seem to have more of a Azorius control deck. Because here's the thing, Egon is a threat that needs to be answered. But while they're trying to find a way to answer it, I gotta, keep moving forward. Look at that. All that damage. I could Stick Fingers. Stick Fingers will die from Egon's trigger, but I really needed the land here. But I'm going to just play another one of these. The Menace and the Lifelink should help me get into the late game pretty strong. If they kill one of my creatures, it has to be Egon. And if it's not Egon, then they just give me the resources. Fading Hope is definitely a threat right now, which is why I want to play the Null Priest. And obviously not drawing a land is another threat, but there was nothing I could do about it. Egon does kill itself next turn, but if they kill one of my creatures, Egon does not. So, alright. So Egon exiles itself. I draw a card. Hopefully it's a land. It is not a land. No lands. Unfortunate. These are Vampire Clerics, so fortunately no Black's thing I needed to worry about. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. And Black's threatens lethal. Not drawing lands definitely was an inconsistency. There are 24 lands in this deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. 24. So, just not drawing the 4th land was just an inconsistency, and that's it. Alright. Gaining a bunch of life in the process. And now we have 5 creatures in the bin. So just playing Stick Fingers as a threat is an option. I'm going to play Skyclave Shade first, because it looks like they're holding up a Jawari Disruption. Either that or a Sock coming, and Skyclave Shade is perfectly happy to be played into either. They do seem to be a heavy control deck, and we got stuck on lands. We did get great curve considerations, therefore we're able to deal with the situation here. Feldar Retreat is going to try to stop my Skyclave Shade. If I could draw a land, which I cannot. Alright. Do I want to play Stick Fingers into whatever the thing is? So, like, hey, how's it going, Ace Law? We cannot draw lands. I almost feel like this is forcing a board clear already, and not sure I want to play Stick Fingers into a potential Sock coming. So, I'm not going to. Shuffler is flat. Shuffler is random. Random means things don't go your way. A Vega deck. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I like the idea of a Vega deck, because we have Disturb cards that work with Vega. We have Foretell cards that work with Vega. We have cards that work with Vega. So, I like the idea. Alright. So I could really use a land. Alright. We're going to mill a creature, because a creature is not a land. So, we have no option here. They have a counterspell ready. I'm just 100% certain they have a counterspell here. I just realized I could have played Diagraph Rebirth. That was a mistake on my part. But what would I even pull out? A Null Priest? Blex? I hope you like the idea of Galvanic All-Run deck, because you might be seeing a lot. I know I'm going to be seeing a lot. And if I draw lands, I think I'd be alright enough. At the very least, alright enough. But 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 playables. Like, 13 playables is pretty nice, but 3 lands in response isn't. Alright. If they have another Sock coming, I think I'm just going to start getting wrecked. Well, now I can actually just play Skyclave Shades. But, again, this is just variance. And even with this variance, we brought them all the way to 4 life, which is pretty fantastic in its own right. We are facing an Abzan Foretell deck, which means they're going to have All Runs Epiphany, but Yeah, I should have been able to defeat this deck. If I didn't have 5 unplayable cards in my hand, I think I would have been able to beat this deck. But right now, they just have a lot of flying damage, and they're going to get even more flying damage. Yep. And if they realize Skyclave Shade can't block, then they... Yep. So this is... I'm not sure if this is lethal just yet, but if they have another All Runs Epiphany, it is lethal next turn. So, and Cosmos Charger allows them to foretell very easily. So, let's see, this is 6, 10, 11, 12. This is 14 damage. I just realized if they draw a land, this is lethal. Unfortunate. Mindful's doing Boxer? Good to know. Good to know. Alright, yeah, so they're Environmental Sciencing. If they find a land, they win the game. I'm not sure if they realize that, but it's true. And I don't see how I get out of this anyways. Yep. Alright. That is unfortunate. And there's that land. Good game. Yeah, I saw that he beat my time. Yes, I did see that. I just... Right now I want to... I did my run, and I was done with that game for the time being. So... Hey, sometimes randomness means not gain lands. So... We have more low to the curve of cards. It's just... Sometimes you don't draw lands. Sometimes you draw too many lands, sometimes you don't draw enough. Oh well. Alright. We have Woodland Chasm into... Willowgeist isn't exactly the 1-drop I want, but it's a 1-drop I'm happy to have. I'm not playing it on turn 1, is the main theme. It wants to do some synergy stuff. I think I know what deck this is. I'm going to play the Swamp and end my turn in hopes that's not mono green aggro. If it is, I will be... Alright. Do I just Meat Hook Massacre for 1 to take that out? Or... No, I think I wait for next turn. They Essica's Chariot, and that's where I start playing triggers. Alright. I'm just going to play it slow. Oof. Yeah. All the black decks are playing Ghast and Eye Twitch. Eye Twitch. That's an interesting one. Alright. So they play another Lotus Cobra. So yeah, I'm going to be meat hooking probably for 1 or 2, depending on what this next creature is. Alright, 3. Okay, I'm just going to Binding the Augur. I think. Get myself more lands. Because yeah, once I get my 4th land, Binding gets the rest of this complete for me. So they're a landfall deck. Which means they're about to play Ren. And I don't have an answer to Ren right now. But oh, no, I do have an answer for Ren. And then I just use the... Alright. So, we always want to grab Woodland Chasms with my bindings. Alright. So, I think it's better to just Binding here and Meat Hook Massacre on, like, the next big threat. Alright. Well, they gave me the win because they were drawing all their mana engines, but none of their creature engines. Yep. Alright. So, I feel like we haven't had a game yet. That's the main issue. We have yet to have a game so far. Whew. Yeah, so the Ghast... To use the Ghast for lands, you actually need to have value for the treasure that Ghast uses. You need to have sacrifice fodder effects, which this deck doesn't really use. So, our way of gain access mana is Binding of the Old Gods, which just means we need to get to 4. We got to 3 last time. This deck has enough lands plus 4... Yeah, it's 22 lands plus 4 copies of Agadeem's Awakening. So it has enough ways to get lands. It just needs to get them is all. Alright. So we have a Skyclave Shade. So yeah, on turn 2 we get Skyclave. We are facing the aggro deck, so we can end up Deadly Brewing if we really need to just get rid of the creatures. The Willowgeist, I think, will help us in these control decks more. It was really just... I still stand by it was just variance. Alright. So Skyclave really wants to be in our grave, but doesn't really want to be in play. Here's the main issue. Null Priest stops this and is a lifelinker. It forces them to play Skyclave prematurely. I'm gonna play this, try to provoke them to play Skyclave Apparition to eat it, because I want this to get eaten. I want this to go into exile or be used in some other way, because it's not a defensive feature, and all I need is defensive. Alright, Stonebiter's familiar. Alright, so they portable hold that. That's what I'm trying to say. I want them to use the portable hold here. If I can get to Blood on the Snow, I win this game. It's just a question of, can I make it there? Alright, play this tapped. And we play Null Priest, because it's a 2-1 lifelinker. After we kill a creature, we can Deadly Brew. If we draw a land, we can Binding. And yeah, hopefully we're not stuck on lands again. Skyclave Apparition on this one, unfortunate. Meathook Massacre kills 2 creatures, gaining me 2 life. Does help. But yeah, just... Alright, so the question is, do I Binding the Skyclave or the Familiar? The Skyclave gives me a 2-2. Yeah, I think this blocks more damage. Alright. So then the Blood on the Snow, the tap effect. So I'll have this plus Stick Fingers to block next turn. Really becoming an issue. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I just need a block here to mitigate damage. I'll Stick Fingers next turn. Hopefully that will be enough. Oh, ooh, I have a solution. I think I have a solution. Woodland Chasm? Nope, nope. I was going to say I could double Deadly Brew, but unfortunately they can leave up their 4-2, and that's not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can Deadly Brew and Stick Fingers. I have 0 creatures in the grave. I can't Deadly Brew and Stick Fingers. They've been exiling every one of my creatures, man. Unfortunate. Deadly Brew forces both of us to sacrifice a creature or a planeswalker, and if I sacrifice a creature, I get Reanimate. But yeah, just having the reanimation triggers on cue basically ruined my plays. I'll Stick Figures for 2, see if I find something. I don't think I have anything. If for whatever reason I survive this turn, I Blood on the Snow next turn and win. But I don't see how that occurs. Intrepid Adversary just was the final death knell. So yeah, we knew that it was basically, we know we're facing aggro. So that was basically our theme. We know we're facing aggro and Arlands, and the reason I wanted the Willowgeist is because it is a creature. It's a 1-drop that gains me life when it dies. That was why I wanted that. It's the same reason I have Blex in this deck. But unfortunately, that person... I'm going to stand by that you had a good curve, and sometimes you can't do anything if a aggro deck has a good curve. But that does tell me I'm probably going to need more on-the-ground stuff. Best of 1 definitely has the issue of you don't have time to... You can't sideboard, so you can't build your deck more low to the ground or high up. So, definitely an issue I have to deal with. Yeah, I stand by that. I got Stonebiters directly into Portable Hole into Skyclave Apparition. They had an answer for every one of my threats, and they had on-curve threats themselves. Alright. I don't think I could keep this. Only 2 lands. No playables with it. Alright. Westgate Regent is probably going to get milled anyways. Alright. Play the Agadeems as a tap land, because we just need lands. We do not have any green, but the Null Priest should hopefully keep us alive. The fact that the Null Priest gives us a lifelinker is very potent, so that will be valuable. And if I draw any green mana, this kind of covers the rest of it. Alright. There we are. Okay, so now we get to see how this deck compares. Unfortunately, it seems like we are going to be facing the All-Runs deck with double Frostbin Snarls and such. Alright, we start by attacking. We'll see how they respond. Alright, so they Demon Bolt that. Alright. Do I play around Jawari? I'm gonna... do X equals 1 just to play Death Bonnet Sprout as well. Because they have a Jawari's Disruption is my guess. What? No, no, no. Oh. It's all green. Oof. Because, yeah, I can't Death Bonnet and Old Stick Fingers. How certain am I that they have a Jawari Disruption? If I play Stick Fingers for 4 and they Jawari Disruption, do I care? I think the answer is no. I have a Death Bonnet right behind it. And I'd rather get the additional creature in the grave. Alright. Well, we got the Bookworm down there. Blacks is alright in there. We have a Binding when they play it, when they play anything worth binding. We have a Death Bonnet that's going to be able to get bigger, so they need to use another kill spell. Alright. So they know that will flip if they don't kill it, so this encourages them to play Demon Bolts. Alright. If they don't kill it, flips, I get a 3/3. Alright. So unfortunately, Binding has had no, nothing to target. Are they just going to Demon Bolt that? Yep. Do I just Binding to get myself more lands? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm trying to think what I can disrupt. Yeah, so unfortunately we're facing the Arlen's Epiphany deck. They just have Hyper Control. It's dead in this matchup, yes. There are times where I could Deadly Brew just to reanimate creatures that could end up being valuable themselves. But a lot of times it's dead, unfortunately. Alright, Diagraph Rebirth. Bring back the Bookworm. This plays around Jawari Disruption, so they have to play a proper counterspell. And I'm like, and it still goes into the graveyard, so I can cast it again, but they had Test of Talents specifically. Ugh. Yeah, so I only run 2 Deadly Brews because I didn't want dead in every single matchup. But I think if I tech too far into Alrund's Epiphany, here's the problem with Alrund's Epiphany. The only way to play around Alrund's Epiphany is to play blue counterspells. Or to play super hyper aggro, and I am not a person who enjoys the super hyper aggro decks, so... Let's see. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Hold up against Jawari, I believe. 1, 2. Yep. Whew. This at least plays around Jawari Disruption. We now have an Ebon Death. And a Burning Rune Demon. So I have things to bring back with Deadly Brew if I need to. If they kill my Old Stick Fingers, I get to play Ebon Death as just a 4-mana 5/2. Alright, so now here's the big theme. If they have so they have 2 all-around Epiphanies. If they block with a bird, I get the 5/2. So we're just hoping they don't have the Galvanic Iteration bird combo. That's it. They do not. Alright. So I'm going to play the land, threaten that I have that in my grave, then I'm going to attack. Alright. That's fine. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I like this better. Or do I? Yeah, we're going to play Ebon Death now that they blocked. And yeah, while we're at it, we'll also play Skyclave, give them multiple threats they have to deal with. Stick Fingers does get smaller, but stays above 4 health, which is the important distinction of that's where they can start Demon Bolting it. So now they have to play a board clear. Burn Down the House does not deal with this. Ebon Death's going to be a flyer that helps block the bird Alrund's Epiphany combo aggro stuff. We are above 20 health, which is why I liked the Lifelinkers. It's why Null Priest was very valuable. So they'll Galvanic Iteration. They need one more land to actually all runs Epiphany with it. Alright, so they had to double burn down the house just to kill my old stick fingers. That actually feels good. To me, at least. Alright, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have a 1-drop, a 2-drop, Ebon Death, and Blex. Awesome, this is exactly what I wanted. So, play that with X equals 4. We get bring back old stick fingers, a Death Bonnet Sprout, Blex, and Ebon Death. Another burn down the house does kill this, but it requires precisely burn down the house, and I gain 4 life in the process. Maybe should have kept one of the creatures in my graveyard. That's a consideration. Binding of the Old Gods is probably just going to be played as a filter for a land effect. Bookworm can be played later as life-gaining threat evaluation. This gains me 4 life. This blocks the birds when they come up. Alright, so they have a divide by 0. I think Ebon Death is the card they would divide, if any. Alright, well, let's find out what they do. Yep. Oh, the stick fingers. I mean, I get put more cards in the graveyard now. Yeah, I mean, I have 5 creatures in the grave. I could just keep expanding that. We do have my rebirths in exile, so I do have to consider that my reanimation triggers are not what they used to be. Alright. Start with this. Let's see. I think I actually just kicked the Skyclave Shade. This plays around Burn Down the House. I guess this plays around Burn Down the House. So I could Binding, and then... Okay, hold up. I have 1, 2, 3... Okay, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This card costs 8 mana, so I can pull that out later. So I could Deadly Brew, sacrificing Blex to get my Bookworm. Oh, hold up. They only have a Swamp left. Awesome. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. I'm going to sacrifice Blex. I gain 4 life. And you put a card from my graveyard to your hand. So I can put the Burning Rune Demon in my hand, which is another 6/6 flyer. So it plays around their threats. And it lets me search for a card. Either that or I could go Null Priest. Oh, no, this is just strictly better. So I gain 4 life there. I Null Priest, kicker it. And now I can bring back the Burning Rune Demon. There's the battlefield. I can get 2 cards with different names. I'm literally thinking of just 2 lands right now. Otherwise, I can grab Agadeem's Awakening and another Null Priest. Yeah, I like that. Because they took away a lot of my other cards. Alternatively, I could just pull out cards that I don't want in my deck. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull out 2 lands, I think. Make it easy on myself. I have Bookworm in the grave. I have Skyclave Shade in the grave. I have options already. Whew. Burning Rune Demon plays around Burn Down the House. It also takes care of threats. I can exile their Galvanic Iteration with Death Bonnet Hulk. Doesn't get bigger, but I don't care. But yeah, I'm expecting All Runs Epiphany. Yep, double All Runs Epiphany. This was expected. They still have to deal... The Burning Room Demon still holds back the birds. And the 25... Yeah, the All Runs... The 25 health plus the Burning Room Demon holds back the birds, which was the intent. Hall of the Storm Giants was not considered, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can just block the Hall of the Storm Giants with Null Priest one of the times. Get myself a little additional health. Alright, if they have that into second all runs... They've already played 2 all runs. Alright, so they had to do double Fading Hope. Alright, makes sense. Ebon Death was their other trigger. Alright. Well, they still need a threat for Null Priest, or else... I still have an answer to the Hall of the Storm Giants. Alright. They only have 1 card left. They do get a flashback like crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They do have they have Galvanic Iteration out the wazoo, but that doesn't save them. That doesn't particularly save them. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they have enough to attack with Hall of the Storm Giants, but they leave themselves tapped down. They would need specifically Spike Field Hazard here to kill the Null Priest to get the 7 damage in with Hall of the Storm Giants. They do not. Null Priest gets to attack through Hall without any care. Alright. So they foretell a card and have 3 Galvanic Iterations in their grave. Well, I can make a guess as to what their foretold card is. Let's see, do I have lethal in any way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would need 3 damage out of nowhere, which I don't have. So let's take out one of their Galvanic Iterations. Alright. So now I can take out the Meat Hook Massacre. And with that 3 mana, I can take out whatever card I want to see, basically. Let's see, do they have Counterspell for this? Is that card slot coming? No. Alright. So one of these is going to be Meat Hook Massacre. And the other? Let's see. What works best for the situation I'm in? I think just another Null Priest. Yeah. They do have 4 mana left open, but they only have 2 cards. We're assuming this one's All Runs Epiphany. Alright, yep. No way in any world do they let my Meat Hook go through. Alright. How many creatures are in here? 1. Oh, I could just hover over it. Alright. 5. I'm just going to play it for 1 to play around, or play it for 0 to play around Jawari Disruption. The whole reason I'm playing this is so I can block the Hall of the Storm Giants in the case of All Runs Epiphany Galvanic Iteration. Field of Ruin. I don't have any real targets for you to hit with that. I mean, you can Field of Ruin, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so they can All-Runs here. And then they'd only have 1 All-Runs left in their entire deck, which they still have half their deck. Oof. Definitely approaching the end game. I'm glad that I'm handling this as, like, I recognize I didn't think this was a winning matchup. The fact that I'm handling it as well as I am makes me feel really good about my deck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if they have all runs there, they can actually play another Galvanic Iteration into an all runs Epiphany, which I think wins them the game. All right. So, mistake here, if they play the other Galvanic iteration, they would have gone 3 turns instead of 4, instead of 2. And they could have won the game here. There's, like, no way in any world does 3 additional turns and 6 birds not win the game. 7 birds is still really strong, because they get 2 attacks with it. Let's see, it's 6, then 5 damage. It's 11 damage. Yeah. I knew I was walking in a danger zone. I get to block the Hall of the Storm Giants, so they can't really deal with that very well. Are there 2 more? Every Galvanic iteration has been played. Does this deck have Memory Deluge? No, it does not. So I just want to talk. There's no Memory Deluges in this deck. They haven't been filtering through their cards, and they've gone all 4 Galvanic iterations. They've gone all 4 Galvanic iterations, and 3 of their All-Runs Epiphanies. Yeah. 4... So, 7 of their 8 combo cards in the top half of their deck. Alright. Well. Like, if they had cards to filter through their deck, I wouldn't be as annoyed by this. But they went through half their deck. Where's the filter? Fading Hope, Unexpected Windfall. That's it. They went through half their deck, and they drew 3 All-Runs Epiphanies. They threw 3 All-Runs Epiphanies, 4 Galvanic iterations. I mean, I get that this deck is consistent, but they have to filter through their deck to get all of those cards, and they didn't. And that's the sad part. That's the part that annoys me. Oh well, we knew we weren't going to have a positive matchup against that deck. That's just part of life until they find... If you're not playing a blue counterspell deck yourself, and you're not playing an aggro deck, you're going to have problems with All-Runs Epiphany. That's just part of life. Ugh. Alright. Death Bonnet. If we're afraid of... Opponent has taken 1 mulligan. I'm gonna keep... I've been hating these land failures. We have a Meat Hook Massacre if they're aggressive. And... Yep. So the question is, do I Death Bonnet Sprout? Or do I just save it for Meat Hook? I think I Death Bonnet to force them to use removal, or to lose their Fire Blade Charger. This slows them down, even if it doesn't help with the board state. Next turn, if they play a big threat, I get to Deadly Brew it. Nope. Alright. Do I Null Priest just as a 2/1 lifelinker? I think so. Wait, no. They didn't have a 2-drop. They're leaving 2 mana open. I don't want to play into their kill spell. Alright. Now I do this. Next turn I could Willow Geist Deadly Brew, turn it into a 2/2. Have a Meat Hook Massacre on the back end. Royal Eruption there. Alright. Question is, what is more important, the Willow Geist or the Null Priest? Let's see. Hold up. Can I Willow Geist Deadly Brew? No. So I... I don't want them to equip... Actually, if they equip Maul, that's their entire turn. And I get to... Okay, so I'm first going to play Meat Hook Massacre for 1. Because why not? They have 1 card left in hand. Get rid of their last creature. Play Willow Geist. And, yeah, if they ever manage to find a way to equip them all with Skyclaves, I Deadly Brew. Yep. Red-white equipment, had to mulligan one. And, like, we have enough low-to-the-ground curve cards to prevent those decks from winning against us. We have enough. Alright. Oof. Alright, I'm trying to think if I want to do more than one more game after this. Or anything like that. Alright. Double Woodland Chasm. We get to Throne of Death early. That's pretty good. We have a Meat Hook Massacre when we need it. We have a Deadly Brew when we need it. I like it. So we're going to see how the Throne of Death fares in this format. Because I like the idea of it just milling cards and then later becoming card advantage. Alright, next turn we get Blex. So the point of this is that it's a card advantage engine with Search for Blex if I need it. And otherwise, it's just a life-linking creature. Alright. I could play this tapped. Well, I don't want to play a Jujawari Disruption and playing... Like, I get an Ebon Death with Flash on a later turn. Oof. Alright. Well, they only have... So I can either Blex or I can hold up the Ebon Death. I'm gonna end the turn, and if they flash something in, I could Ebon Death. Yep. Or I could just play Ebon Death on their turn to make sure they tap out. Yep. And I'm playing this. If they have Jawari Disruption, well done. Alright. Well, now they have a Ebon Death to deal with. Alright. Well, now they're tapped out, so I'm going to play Blex and Willowgeist, I think. And then later I can Deadly Brew one of them. Bring back... Yeah, bring it back with Deadly Brew, I'm pretty sure. And if I ever mill a card to draw, they have to deal with that. If it's Foretold, it's Arlon's Epiphany. We just have come to that certainty. Oh, it's Poison the Cup. Surprising. Alright, so that gains us some life. They're gonna flunk Willowgeist as well. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I could bring back Willowgeist, but that's not exactly worth much. I would need one more land for Agadeems to work properly. I can exile the Blex, draw a card. Definitely, the point is to use this. We're not exiling Ebon Death, but... I think we're going to do the Willowgeist. Yeah, I'm going to do the Willowgeist. So now I can bring back Blex if I want to. We'll do that on another turn. If they ever play a creature, we get a Deadly Brew, and the fact that we killed something means we get to play the other side. We could just play this as a 4. Yeah, 4 and a play. I could play Agadeem's Awakening to get Blex back. I'm just going to do this to try to get that land. There's nothing to destroy, but that's okay. Alright. Woodland Chasm. Alright. Null Priest, I can probably exile to draw a card. Be happy about it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm slowly approaching. I could Agadeem's Awakening for 4 on another turn. Yep. But yeah, with all that mana open, it's not a good idea to play into it. I think I just play a Meat Hook for the eventuality. When I have creatures, Meat Hook's going to start losing them life when they try to kill things. And it forces a negate, which I'm very happy to see. Alright. Well, I mean, this is giving me some card advantage while we wait for them to make a play. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I could ult Stick Fingers. It's going to get countered, but I can get 1, 2, 3, 4. I can get 5 creatures in my grave. I think that's a positive. I think that develops my game plan and is the correct play. Alright, so they just have kill spells. I really don't care about that. They have kill spells, not... If they have Xanathar, I get a Deadly Brew. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can bring back... Let's see. I can bring back Blex, Ebon Death, Stick Fingers. That's basically it. They countered Meat Hook last time. So I'm going to first Throne of Dead. I don't need 3 Stick Fingers in my graveyard. I'm going to get rid of 1. Ooh, that's going to be nice. I'm going to Meat Hook to try to force them to counter again. Alright. They do not. I'm going to save my turn. Alright, so they are drawing now. That is a threat. The fact that their entire deck has been instant speed is the main issue. And I just let them draw into counter spells. Probably should have done a make them have it moment, but... At the very least, I can do it now. Then if they tap... So I'm going to play Agadeem's Awakening. They're going to Hall of the Storm Giants to try to... if they kill it, then Hall of the Storm Giants... Then they're spending their turn their next turn Hall of Storm Giantsing, which is the important distinction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we ever draw a land, we get Bookworm as well. So, even though this is easily countered, it forces them to counter, and it makes them think that it's safe. Wow. Next. Do they have that many kill spells? Or what's their plan? Okay. Well, they exiled a lot of my grave, but I still have Westgate Regent. Whew. So I'm going to start by attacking with Ebon Death. I can actually Diregraph Rebirth the Westgate Regent if I want. Otherwise, I can play Egon. And I have 4 mana open for... I don't know. Alright. This forces a counterspell. This is... How threatening is Egon is the big question. So if I play Egon, I get a hold up playing Ebon Death, which means I want to do it on a different turn. So I'm going to Diregraph Rebirth this turn. Try to get Westgate Regent. See how they respond. No counterspells. Really surprising to me. 4, 5, 6, 7. Oof. Blood on Snow. They have no creatures, and they're losing life in the process. Alright. So I can bring back 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can bring back Death Bonnets. I could bring back basically everything as far as I care. So, Ebon Death, Death Bonnet, and Null Priest. And just reanimating these creatures are starting to become a threat just because I keep having these cards that they have to... Like, the Meat Hook keeps dealing damage to them. So even though they have these board clears, it doesn't actually answer the problem. Alright. So this time I'm actually going to Skyclave and Egon. And so now, if they kill this... Alright. I only have one card left. Alright, I was planning to save the land for the Skyclave trigger. But... Why? They must have just not realized their land count. Alright, well we're getting close to the bottom of our deck, which is definitely an issue. But... Whew. What's still in our deck? We have a Stick Fingers, a Skyclave, 2 Bindings, 2 Diagraph Rebirths, and a Burning Rune Demon, and 9 lands. Thank you, Deck Tracker. Do appreciate it. Alright, so they are drawing cards, but we are constantly presenting threats. The best part is if they kill Bookworm on a turn where I have mana open, we have our own things they have to deal with. Alright, Mascot Exhibition. We will be using Blood on the Snow on that. Stick Fingers is a 2/2. Yeah, we're playing Bookworm. Do they have a counterspell? One of the mythic demons prevents you from losing from mill. Not currently in Standard. There are no cards currently in Standard that prevent you from losing from mill. This is actually, like, important theme that they did, because there's a lot of cards to make the mill. Oh, you're talking about Asmodeus. That also ruins your card draw. I guess it does prevent you from losing from mill. That is a thing it does technically. All right. So now we're at 10 mana. So I'm gonna Blood on the Snow. Destroy all creatures. Play like so. And we're going to grab Westgate Regent. And with that other 4 mana, we're going to play Ebon Death. And now we have Lethal in the air. Oh! Actually, Bookworm is going to help us with this. Or... I guess if we'd have to have a way to discard it to have Bookworm help us with preventing milling ourselves. But now they have to kill a creature. They have to discard a card to kill my Westgate Regent. I mean, they have to do it. Oh, they actively want me to draw a card. Alright. Well, we're at 33 health, so... Monkey. Monkey see, monkey do. Yeah. At so few cards in our deck, I am not going to be playing anything off of Burning Rune Demon. But it looks like Throne of Death really helped us get into this late game, I feel. I feel like it did. It was a player. Decline. So here's the question. Do I Skyclave Shade? Oh, I can Skyclave Shade for 5. Alright. The other option was to hold up in case they kill it, so I can Ebon Death. I think if they mill the board... Yeah. I have enough threats if they try to wipe the board. Alright. There we are. Those were some long games at the end there to show that if they don't have Allrun's Epiphany, this deck can grind into the late game. And that's all I needed to know. They used Shadow's Verdict multiple times, but that Throne of Death carried us through. I liked that. Now, do I think this deck is tier 1? Heck no. We faced one Allrun's Epiphany deck, and it just showed us how absurd Allrun's Epiphany decks can be. They didn't even have the card draw to back it up. So I think this deck has problems. No denying that. As long as Allrun's Epiphany is around, this deck's going to have problems. But I enjoyed it a lot. Willow Guys didn't do as much as I wanted. Definitely finding out how to do the early game for this deck is the challenge I need to figure out. Yeah, Mono White and Allrun. So I think Mono White, Mono Green, and Allrun were the 3 decks that made it into the Pro Tour. So we know that those are tier 1. It's just a question of how severe and kind of how much does that oppress the rest of the formats. I don't think this is a number 1 deck. I think against Allrun's Epiphany, it's going to struggle like crazy. I need to find a way to get proper early game into this deck. I do like a lot of the numbers, the 3 Skyclave Shades, the 2 Egons. I think maybe if we end up making a best of 3 deck, we want 2 more Egons on the sideboard to guarantee the Throne of Death and stuff like that. But I really like how this deck performed. I actually really like how this deck performed. Binding of the Old Gods doesn't really... That's such a weird thing. Binding of the Old Gods didn't work because there aren't permanents in this format. There aren't non-land there are so many decks that their only permanents are lands. That's such a weird concept. Oh well. Sticky Giants did its job. I think, yeah, that'll probably be my one change. Field of Ruin. Field of Ruin is just necessary for some of those decks. Probably put in 2 Fields of Ruins. Knock down a land on each of those. Honestly, with its color combination, knock down an additional forest, add an additional field. This would take out those Hall of the Storm Giants that I was dealing with. That would probably be the other one. Oh, Graveyard Trespasser. Ooh, maybe replace Blex with that? And it does... You're correct. Graveyard Trespasser does heal you, which was the main reason I wanted Blex. That's actually a good point. The Death Bonnet Sprout did have some value in exiling a card from my opponent's graveyard, the Galvanic Iteration. So, I think, yeah, Graveyard Trespasser here would probably be the change. Good point. Also, Binding. Just so hilarious that Destroy Target Non-Land Permanent doesn't have enough targets in this format. So, I think this card was also a bad card. So weird. Anyways, thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoy some weird decks that don't always work, but are fun when you play. I did have some fun with this deck, which is surprising given the standard game ruled by Allruns right now, and this not having blue. Anyways, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Alright. Compared to a few years ago, not much Planeswalkers. Okay, well, a few years ago, we had War of the Spark, which was Planeswalker Central. If you're talking about that era of Planeswalkers, yes, we have very few Planeswalkers comparatively. I will also state that there are some cards that... Like, there's some Planeswalkers that don't see play that, yeah, I expected to see play. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Planeswalkers that just get 0 play. I thought Kaya was going to see play, so, like, this deck over here was built around Kaya the Inexorable. I thought this deck would see more play. I thought this guy would see more play. The fact that this basically sees no play, and it's a 5, like, it's 5 mana, exile target non-land permanents, and then you have a threat that they have to deal with, and it's going to make, like, your creatures more sticky. Like, I thought this was going to see so much play. And, like, it's -7. Keep in mind, if you -7 and it kills Kaya in the process, at the beginning of your upkeep trigger, you can bring Kaya back with its own ability. So, I thought this card was going to be way better than it actually ended up being. So, and, like, we're just running into that weird issue that everything's a non-land permanent. How's it going, Raisin Bran? So we just finished up with this Sticky Giants deck, and one of the things we were found that I was just talking about is that Binding of the Old Gods wasn't really working that well because there weren't many non-land permanents to target, which meant that this was often the first effect did nothing. The Monk guy can fit into some mono white, but you definitely don't see him much. Yeah, I thought he would be, like, really good. Cooling Ritual? Well, Raisin Bran. The problem with Cooling Ritual is it's still only destroying non-land permanents. Biome of the Old Gods wasn't working because there were no non-land permanents. It doesn't... We needed this to get the forest and to destroy and to just be a kill spell. If this card doesn't work, this card's not going to work even more. It's not that there were too many permanents to destroy, it's that there weren't any permanents. Arlen's Epiphany decks don't play a permanent until they play Arlen's Epiphany and they're winning the game. So, Culling Ritual doesn't really help us here. So, unfortunately, that was kind of how this deck went. Thank you for the offer. I have considered Culling Ritual. I think if we were facing against specifically mono white, like this would be a sideboard card. Against mono whites and stuff like that, this can do a lot of impact while giving you the mana to do other effects. I think this is a great sideboard card, but right now we were playing best of one, and Biome of the Old Gods was not hitting any permanents. So, but I do like you thinking about this stuff. Thank you very much for the suggestion, Raisin Bran. Alright, so I'm going to change my title, and I'm going to switch to my next deck that I want to try out. So this is Poppet Stitcher Swarm, I guess. It uses Sedgemoor Witch and Poppet Stitcher as the main win conditions, and I added it 2 Leers because I realized there was a lot of instants and sorceries. So I'll walk through the deck in just a bit. Let me change the name of it. Poppet Witch Standard Attempt. There we go. Alright. Whew. Take a deep breath, and I'm going to describe the deck. Oh. I'm going to put my theme there. Alright. Hey everyone. Welcome back to a little more standard metagame speculation stuff. So, the next thing I wanted to try out was around this card Poppet Stitcher, which makes a bunch of, whenever you cast instant or sorceries, you create 2/2 black zombies, and if you get enough, all your tokens become base power and toughness 3/3. In addition, there's Sedgemoor Witch, which whenever you cast a spell, you get 1/1 tokens. So it's basically 8 cards that when you cast instant or sorcery spells, generate tokens to help support you. From there is trying to figure out what kind of cards I want to add. For creatures, I also added 4 Eye Twitches, because they learn, which basically makes them spells, because every lesson is sorcery speed. 2 Mascot Exhibitions, because I think this deck might go that late. Teaches of Archaics, because sometimes you get... This is always a sometimes card draw, so why not have the opportunity? Along the way, I have 2 Hunt for Specimens as additional learn, 2 Divide by Sphere Arrows. I don't know the exact numbers I want here. Might want more Hunt for Specimens. I decided to put in 2 Divides, because I know Divide can deal with the Arlen's Epiphany at least a little bit. At least a little. I decided, and Leer is just a way overperforming card. You land Leer, you have Fading Hope in your graveyard on turn 6. If they try to kill it, you just Fading Hope Leer back and you're fine. If they don't kill it, you untap and you have access to your entire graveyard for every spell there. From there, I actually do have Meat Hook Massacres. 2 of, because I think sometimes we will not be getting the board in time, and as they're swarming the board, I want to be able to blow it back up. In addition, once I get the board, I might want to just play it for 2 to get the whenever one of my creatures die, they lose life. So even them sweeping my board ends up being a win condition for me. From there, I have 2 Malakir Rebirths because they're just lands with other abilities. Village Rites because I don't really have use for treasures, and Deadly Dispute did not make sense to me. 3 Eaten Alives. I decided only 3 because there are just decks around here that do not have creatures or planeswalkers. I don't want these all stuck in my hand. And for those decks, it seems like every deck except Mono White has cards that Disdainful Stroke's going to be wrecking. And they're important cards to destroy with Disdainful Stroke. So a lot of these cards are kind of speculative. If I want to just focus on best of one doing my theme, I could just focus in, all Hunt for Specimens, all Plum for a full set of Plum for the Forbiddens, that sort of stuff. But I want to try to speculate a little bit into what my opponent can be doing. The Disdainful Strokes don't work with Leer, but Leer's not supposed to be our win condition. Poppet Stitcher and Sedgemoor are supposed to be. Leer's just there because it's that good. Anyways, I got the suggestion to play 2 Sciences. I'm not against it, so let's get another Environmental Science, and we'll pull out. I'll just try with 1 less Pest Summoning. The point of the Pest Summoning was that if I just play Pest Summoning as my only spell, it's enough to trigger Poppet Stitcher, because it makes a zombie creature token, and Pest Summoning creates 2 1/1s, which is 3 tokens, which allows it to flip next turn. But I think I need to focus on just having a solid play, and focus on flipping another day. So, with that, let's begin some Witch Wormcraft. See how that fares. Whew. Alright. Alright. Well, Field of Ruins showing the problem that comes from you playing Field of Ruins. If we're facing an aggressive deck, we are in a lot of trouble. I mean, Hunt for Specimens is going to get us pest tokens anyways. Like, once we draw a black, we are good. But I think this is just... And Field of Ruin will get us a black against most decks. So, we have a Disdainful Stroke if we lose control. This is probably not a good keep. And against mono white specifically, this was the worst time to keep. This is the one deck that I'm like... This curve is horrible for mono white. But mono white going first, only so much you can do. I'm okay if I lost because I kept a bad hand. Like, oh, not mono white. I don't know what's going on. Well, I don't want to play Jawari Disruption. My problem isn't lands, my problem is the right color of lands. Fortunately, Sedgemoor Witch will be able to make 1/1 tokens that can block an Usher with Sword of the Fallen on it, even if it goes back to their hand. Like, I could just make more creatures. All right, this is where Field of Ruin comes in. All right, I could have Jawari Disruption the Jaspara Sentinel. All right, I don't want a Field of Ruin just yet. I should have definitely Jawari Disruption the Jaspara Sentinel. That was a mistake not to, but here we are now. So if they tap all their mana, that's not all their mana. This is a weird deck, and... Alright, I might be able to pull out. I might be able to get back into this game. I'm definitely very low on health, and only starting on turn 4 is painful. Alright, let's get ourselves a swamp. My opponent is holding me hostage right now. Fortunately, do not have... All I'm going to be doing with the swamp is playing Sedgemoor Witch. It's end of turn, so they cannot re-equip it. That's the important distinction that I made sure of. They do have a lot of lands because of just Jaspara Sentinel. Like, they do have a lot of... Oh! Did not know you can do that. Did not know you can do that. Alright. If we Hunt for Specimens, Environmental Sciences, is that 1/1 imperative enough? It forces them to play Usher of the Fallen, but means that we don't have the triggers for Sedgemoor Witch. So let's just see. Next turn it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. We survive. I think we have to do it like this because we survive. And then we get just a bunch of little specimens holding off the line as we hope that they run out of resources. Yeah, we just started off extremely slow. I made a few mistakes with how I used Field of Ruin and the Jawari Disruption, and I'm getting I'm getting punished for it. Makes sense. This is a weird deck. Like, I do like Augur of Autumn scene play. I do like people speculating with it. So we're going to be at 8, so if they attack with the 1/1s, I block, because if they have a combat trick to pump, I'm dead if I don't block. So, that is a theme. And now it has double strike. So yeah, now if they attack with all, I have to block the creature with the equipment and die in the process. And there's nothing I can do. Alright, I lost. Now I don't. Right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By 1 point of health, I lose. By 1 point of health, I lost. By 1 mana, 1 point of health. By a lot of things, by a number of 1, I have lost. And it is very annoying to me right now. I can't even pest summoning because I don't have enough black. And game over. Yeah, is there any possible way I can block and survive? Block there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Alright. Thanks. Well, that was just me stumbling, and, like, I knew I was going to stumble a bit. I might have been able, if I played the lands more appropriately, been able to recover, but, there's so much you can do. Alright. Haberdash. Continuing on. So yeah, I think I'm just playing until I get out bronze. Let's see. Alright. Now we have a bit more of a curve. Well, we have no creatures for Sedgemoor Witch, and, like, just... I think just plain Sedgemoor Witch is going to be enough of a threat for my opponent to have to respond. Cards, if we draw lands, we're okay, because that starts triggering Meat Hook Massacre. If we don't draw lands, that's okay, because we're drawing playable cards. Alright, and we're going to Fading Hope that now. Get ourselves, speculate into the lands. Wrong color. We'll draw more lands, and that's the wrong color, as I said. Alright, we're playing the Sedgemoor Witch because the 3 attack makes it a lot harder for the Werewolf Pack Leader to attack Swing into. And if they play their Old Growth Troll, I can Poppet Stitcher, and therefore I can double block. Or I can divide by 0. Alright. So I'm going to attack. So my idea is that they're going to try to Blizzard Brawl with Old Growth Troll. And that's why I'm going to divide it by 0. Otherwise, they're going to Escus Chariot. I could bounce back the Escus Chariot for a moment. Either way, I'm taking this 4 damage. I have to accept that. Yep. I think I don't want Escus Chariots yet. I can't handle it just yet. And we're going to get Environmental Sciences. Alright. So I could play Hive of the Eye Tyrant, the second Sedgemoor Witch. Attack with both. And then, like, on another turn, I start setting myself up for Meat Hook Massacre. Like, otherwise I Environmental Sciences. And I don't have anything to do with that extra 2 mana, so... And do I want the Sedgemoor or the Poppet Stitcher is a big question. So... I can't really block the Old Growth Troll anyways. I think I want the Sedgemoors because it allows me to counter pressure. Because the trample means I can't really block this anyways. Escus Chariot's coming down. I would have liked to Meat Hook Massacre, but I think I want to Meat Hook Massacre at 4. Alright. No blocks. If I draw a land here, I get Poppet Stitcher, Environmental Sciences, and make a bunch of tokens. Alright. Again, not the perfect position, but we are getting into a better position, and Meat Hook Massacre is going to wipe their board when we're ready to do it, when we're ready to use it. Alright. Island. Come on. Give me the island. And now I can actually sacrifice Sedgemoor Witches and such to help protect myself. Poppet Stitcher can turn these all into 3/3s. I can attack for 12, and then Meat Hook Massacre after. So, if they just attack with all, I will double block Old Growth, I think. And just pressure them for lethal. Actually, I could just not block at all. I take a lot of damage, but then I pressure for lethal. Meat Hook Massacre, wipe the board, and the life loss should win me the game. Alright. Alright. So here's the question. I think I block with one Pest token to just prevent... A Blizzard Brawl on my Poppet Stitcher would blow me out, so that's all I'm preventing. I don't need to kill the Essica's Chariot, and they wouldn't leave 5 mana open and do this sort of play without some sort of backup. So, I'm just doing this to stop 4 damage, gain me some life, and apply counter. Apply at least some sort of counter pressure. Yep, here's the inscription. And yeah, that life gain would have, yeah, right there, killed my creature, applied tons of counter pressure, like, would not have been good if I played into that. Let me look at my grave. I have a Fading Hope, perfect. So, I can actually Leer and be ready to Fading Hope the Old Growth Troll. And have my Pest tokens staying around. No, 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 no. Why are you tapping like that? There we are. We have a Fading Hope ready. I think I can attack... Yeah, I attack with both. This allows me to apply pressure. I can Fading Hope one of their creatures. And, I still have the... I'm going to have 4 pests total, so... we should be in a good spot. Yeah, all these spells in the graveyard with 2 Sedgemoor Witches in play should be a really strong board position to be in. Fading Hope, the Old Growth Troll, means that when the time comes, we will have a Meat Hook Massacre that's going to be a massacre, because it's going to actually kill everything, not just leave that Old Growth Troll behind. Alright. I just want to see how they do this. Alright. No creature lands. Alright. And they have a Inscription of Abundance. I do want to bounce that. I could block here and then bounce it when they Inscription of Abundance it, but I don't think that's how I want to do this. Yeah, I'm just going to go 1 blocker. Wait for their Inscription. Alright. I mean, I'm not taking the 6 damage. This does allow them to Inscription to try to kill my stuff, but that's okay. Eaten Alive does not solve this situation. Alright, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 creatures, so that if I Meat Hook Massacre, I deal 7 damage. At 9 pretty easily. Alright. Sedgemoor Witch, Environmental Sciences. Or I could save up for the Meat Hook Massacre coming in. I could Environmental Sciences, hold up the Divide by 0. And keep attacking in, I guess. Let's see. I'm just, like, calculating. So if I Environmental Sciences, Divide by 0 the Old Growth Troll, I can attack in, with quite a bit. Yeah, I like this. And this is where you were correct about having the 2 environmental sciences. Because now I could divide by 0. Why are you leaving up all my black? I'm divided by 0 the old growth troll now, so I could get in more easily. So yeah, now I have all these tokens, so Meat Hook Massacre is going to be, in fact, a massacre. And now I just environmental sciences. So now I have all the tokens I could possibly need to block. Now attack with Leer and both Sedgemoor Witches. I think I attack with the 2-2. Yep, can't block anyways. So this is 9-11 damage that I'm threatening. I have all these little tokens to block the creatures and keep me alive. And then that should be enough damage that the Meat Hook Massacre does the rest of the job. It's basically the theme. And of course, yes, I'm killing the Werewolf Pack leader if they double block. I'm okay with Leer being lost. I'm okay with the Sedgemoor Witch being lost. We are winning off of Meat Hook Massacre now. So, alright, they kill Leer. I am killing Werewolf Pack leader. They only have a colorless left untapped, and they're at 5 health. So as long as I have 5 tokens at the end, as long as I have 5 creatures alive at the end of this, I Meat Hook Massacre and win the game. New Meat Hook Massacre would be good in these sort of decks. Yeah, and mono green does not have board wipes. I don't see how it gets 12 damage out of me with less than... Yeah, I don't see how it deals 12 damage with the trample not being on board. So, through 9 pest tokens. But yeah, now I play Meat Hook. I thought that was not how you... Oh, they kept their old Essicas around. Makes sense. Alright, well, they're tapped out on mana, so all I have to do is block accordingly. So, accordingly is 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. Then we have 6 creatures left, and we win. So we take 4 damage, and we gain 3 health, and then Meat Hook Massacre triggers, and they lose 8 life, and we gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 life. Alright. X needs to equal at least 2. 1. Okay, if I was just trying to calculate, if I did X equals 2, could I get Hive of the Eye Tyrant? I could not, so I should have just done X equals 4. Just was doing the calculations real quick. But anyways, thank you, Ace Law, for suggesting I play 2 environmental sciences. That made the difference. That made the difference. Alright. Marcelo Caipira. Okay. So we do have Hunt for Specimens. We do have an Eaten Alive for more aggressive decks. Hunt for Specimens will give me environmental sciences or other effects. Not the perfect hand, but I think it's a good enough hand. Against mono white. Interesting. So the question is, do I hold up Jawari Disruption on the consideration they're going to play on curve? The fact that they're playing Chaplain of Arms. So in case you're wondering, yes, I am at bronze rank, so I'm not expecting the insane decks every single time. If I expected it, I wouldn't be trying these, because I know against All Runs Epiphany, these don't see much competitive level. They just do not match up. Alright. Hold up Jawari Disruption or Hunt for Specimens. I think it just has to be Jawari Disruption, because I can also hold up Plum the Forbidden, and more importantly, like, the Hunt for Specimens does not actually help me. Alright. Well, unfortunately, they're Clarion Spirit, which means they double spell. Jawari Disruption is only going to counter one of the 2 spells. Unless they play, like, Maul of the Skyclaves here. Alright. Definitely might want... Yeah, now that I think about it, Eaten Alive could probably replace with Flunks or something of that nature. Definitely Eaten Alive, trying to get that for 1 mana sacrifice trigger outlets. I think that was a bad idea. I just wanted to make sure... Like, I don't really need to exile most decks, but... Right. So I can hold up black, play Eye Twitch, and hold it up again. They were scared of it. Otherwise, I Poppet Stitcher. They were scared. I say keep them scared. And if they play a big threatening creature, I have Eaten Alive still. And if I draw a land, we're in good shape. And when I say land, I mean untapped land, to be clear. Dear deck. They'll be like, I heard you, and give me a prank. Roll of Cathar, leaving 1 mana open. Alright. So here's the little trick. As they leave 1 mana open, sacrifice 1. So now I draw 2 cards. Though I do lose some life with this. Alright. I think I definitely... Okay, I got my land, so I think I want the Pest Summoning. Definitely wanted to wait for Sedgemoor Witch, but beggars can't be choosers. Alright. So now the question is just how much damage am I able to take? Because I want to play the Poppet Stitcher and the Sedgemoor Witch, but I don't know how I find the opportunity. So the reason I want the Poppet Stitcher, yeah, I think I have the time. So if I play Poppet Stitcher, I can Malakir Rebirth to make sure it doesn't die and block. Then on another turn, I could Sedgemoor and Hunt for Specimens. Actually, I think it's better to have the Sedgemoor because the 1/1 pest creature tokens are more important. And if they're going to kill it, they're going to do it with Brutal Cathar. But the fact that they're going to do it with Brutal Cathar is why I kind of want to lose Poppet Stitcher instead. Yeah. I think I want the tokens from Sedgemoor Witch too much, and if they end up killing with Malakir Rebirth, then that's why I'm, like, then good for me either way. Oof. Definitely all in these weird spots. Just going second against these aggressive decks really makes a difference. Yeah, Sedgemoor Witch into Hunt for Specimens. Alright, so they just Faceless Haven for their turn. Alright, well, I'm killing the Clarion Spirit. I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. 8 damage. 7 damage. If you pull back the Chaplain... Alright, they want the Chaplain to die. I could block the Faceless Haven, use the Malakirs, keep my Poppet Stitcher around, and negate 1 more damage. But I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. So if I do this, I could then use the token to, instead of casting Hunt for Specimens, I cast Eaten Alive, exile the spirit or something of that nature. I think that's a better play. So now I get to the little zombie token that can be sacrificed, while Sedgemoor Witch still does its job. Gained 1 life in the process. Alright. Now the question is, do I get rid of the Clarion Spirit, the Usher of the Fallen? What do I get rid of? Alright, so we're starting with this. Alright, then Eaten Alive. My extra cost is sacrificing a creature. Do I get rid of the Usher? The Clarion Spirit. They only have one card left in hand anyways. I think the Usher gets blocked by a 1/1 token. So we get rid of the Clarion Spirit. Well, they only have one card in hand. I think I actually get rid of the 2/2 Spirit. And sacrifice the Decay token. Yep. Just get rid of the additional flyer. If they get another one, the Eye Twitch blocks it. Alright. And I think I am happy using my Sedgemoor Witch to block the Faceless Haven and stopping that in its tracks. We are at 6 health, so we are low, but we got the answers on deck. Puppet Stitcher does have the issue that the tokens can't block, so until I get it flipped over, it actually doesn't help me in defending myself, only in attacking the opponent. So, yep, like I said, they drew a land, so Clarion Spirit doesn't trigger anyways, so it's not a threat. All their attacks are negative as far as I can tell. Do I let the... That was the play that allows their attack to not be completely negative. But they do tap down their Faceless Haven, so that is a positive for me. Alright, No Point in Jawara Disruption is now a tap land. Okay. They have no tricks in their hand to play. So I will kill the 2/2. I will trade with a 1/1. I will trade with a 1/1. I take 1, 2, 3, 4 damage. And I get more. I get some life gain. I get some threats dealt with. Thing is there anything worth... Necrotic Fumings, the Skyclave Apparition, is pretty valuable. So I can hunt for specimens, Necrotic Fumes. I think because I can hunt for specimens, Necrotic Fumes, I should probably Environmental Sciences for... Nah, if I draw a land, like I did... Alright. So I can Necrotic Fumes, exiling this, gain myself a 3-drop. And so I can... So let's see. I can hunt for specimens. No, this is... I think this is the best way to do it. I Pest Summoning to make a bunch of 1/1 tokens that can block. And it tapped in a weird way. Man, Auto Tapper sucks. Auto Tapper... Oh, because it's all black. Never mind. That Auto Tapper didn't suck. That was just... not having the tools. Is it more important to hunt for specimens again, or to Field of Ruin? We are at very low health, so I think I'm gonna... Well, actually, because we're at very low health, I'm gonna destroy that and make sure it can't deal the damage. Alright. No attacks. And if this flips, we're in good shape. They only have one card in hand. We can Necrotic Fumes the Skyclave Apparition. Puppet Stitcher, I do not think I allow to flip. I want to create some more zombies. 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay, so hold up. Block here. I'll see it. Still get the Poppet Stitcher flip if I want it. You can Chaplain of Arms, but I just Necrotic Fumes the result. I guess that is pretty threatening. But I don't think it's threatening enough. Alright. We're gonna decline. Start with a Hunt for Specimens, gain myself a Mascot Exhibition. I'm gonna Necrotic Fumes. Targeting. Okay, just make sure I have the mana. Yep. Targeting the Chapel Shieldgeist. And exiling a creature I control. Okay. Alright. And play a Jwari Disruption tapped. No attacks. And now we have perfect blocks. Alright. I think I declined one more time and Mascot Exhibition. Alright, and next turn, we flip it, and we kill. Because we have 1, 2, 3. Like, every one of these is a 3/3, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 27 damage coming in at my opponent. And one of their creatures, when it dies, I get another one. Like, yeah, put me in a good spot. Didn't get a chance to attack, but... So this deck is definitely performing. Alright. So my idea is that each of these decks I'm going to play for 1 hour to a total of a 4-hour stream. Maybe play a little less, but we'll see how everything fares. Win rar, or win rare. Rarely winning. Winning rarely, or rarely winning. Alright, well we have Poppet Stitcher. I think we just play the tapped Malakir Rebirth to get ourselves the swamp immediately. We then go hold up a Jwari Disruption. Poppet Stitcher Divide by 0 stuff. Definitely Poppet Stitcher, just compared to Sedgemoor Witch, feels like it's underperforming. Alright. Rakdos, more controlling. I'll hold up the Disruption, but... Okay. Well, when I get the mana for Meathook Massacre, they're gonna feel really bad. Thank you very much for stopping by, Raisin Brand. Thank you for enjoying it. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you were here. I'm just gonna play a Poppet Stitcher. Like, my win condition is just Meathook Massacre, honestly. Playing it as a... I'm just playing this as a 2/3. Alright. Now they're 3/2s. And there's no point in blocking. I can Sedgemoor Witch, but I don't think that actually furthers my board state. This comes into play tapped. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait for them to attack. Then I'm going to divide by 0 the Morbid Opportunist. And it will mean that these guys only become 2/2s after they declared attack already. They don't draw a card from the effect. Alright. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Well, we're going to divide by 0 the Morbid Opportunist still. This reduces the number of creatures in their party. Wow. Wow. Alright. Well, if I can get this swamped naturally, we are in great shape thanks to these creatures having low health. If I can get the swamp naturally, I think we can win. If not, I think we just lost. That is not a natural swamp. Alright. So, Hunt for Specimens, Environmental Sciences. Sedgemoor Witch Environmental Sciences. I think, yeah, this is the play to not die. Is Sedgemoor Witch Environmental Sciences. Gets me an additional blocker compared to the Hunt for Specimens route. And let's see. If I just play the Field of Ruin, I can destroy it. I can choose it for 1. Nah, doesn't work. Hunt for Specimens, Environmental Sciences brings me to 6. I block 1 of them. They deal 4. The other deals 6 damage. So yeah, have to use Sedgemoor Witch. All right, and we want the swamp. Could be a GG right now, and I will not be surprised. But next turn, I could Meathook Massacre for no matter how big their creatures are. Novice Occultist. Did they just got lethal. The power word kills pulled them into lethal, and I'm pretty sure I died before. Oh, they have trample too. So yeah, just not drawing the swamp prevented me from playing Meathook Massacre, which lost me the game. Unfortunate. Also, Poppet Stitcher not actually help protecting me is a very prominent issue. Probably could have one thing I could have done is divide by 0 one of their attacking creatures instead of the Morbid Opportunist. But I didn't want them to have too much card advantage. It was balancing that out. How much damage I can take versus how much damage I took, basically. Yeah, I think if I knew what I was facing, I could have won that game. But I did not play according to, Rakdos Party. I wasn't going to play around that properly. Alright. We have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant into Eye Twitch, into a Hunt for Specimens for immediate learn for the Environmental Sciences. I'm happy. Come on. Oof. Alright. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Control deck. And for specimens, get myself the Environmental Sciences. Off the Eye Twitch, I might just end up getting Teaching of the Archaics. But yeah, I think, next turn Environmental Sciences play an island, and... Ooh. Alternative. Give them a threat they have to deal with. Alright, so the Smoldering Egg version of the deck. You know, I was supposed to attack first, so that I threaten a card. But I didn't. I will have a way to kill the Hall of the Storm Giants. Thank you, Field of Ruin. If they destroy the Field of Ruin, giving me an island, I'm happy. Like, there's not too many issues. Alright. Is there anything I could play around where I'm going to want the Disdainful Stroke or the Fading Hope active? No. So I think... Well, actually, I want Environmental Sciences now, so that I could still use Sedgemoor Witch if I need it. That's actually where I'm going to want the Fading Hope. Alright. Come on, give me the island. There we go. See how they respond. Okay. We have a Fading Hope, an Eden Alive, a Village Rites, a Disdainful Stroke. Yep, we have options. Expressive Iteration. They can go right ahead and do so. I get Fading Hope, the Smoldering Egg, and Village Rites, one of my tokens. Alright. So one in their hand. And yeah, iTwitch is definitely learning me a teaching of the archaics, because we're gonna run out of cards real quick. Alright, I'm going to start with the Village Rites, because if they're holding up a Jawari Disruption, I want them to counter my Fading Hope, not my village, not my card draw. Even though iTwitch will become card draw. And yeah, have them counter this now, so that the Forbidden will give me a card draw in the process. And the Eating Alive, like if they counter this, then the Eating Alive gets in freely. Yep, that's the Jawari Disruption I was waiting for. Alright, so get the token. Swamp. Eaten Alive costs sacrificing a creature. I'm gonna still hold up Plumb the Forbidden, Disdainful Stroke, and a Field of Ruin. We get to hold up quite a bit. Yeah, I get to hold up Disdainful Stroke and Plumb the Forbidden on 4 creatures to draw 4 cards. Okay. Whew. But yeah, this deck has definitely been performing over the Stick Fingers deck. And this is actually like, this is one of the decks to beat. We got the aggression, and we're keeping it. Alright, Memory Deluge in Exile. I think that's very positive for me. If they bounce this to my hand, I think I immediately Plumb the Forbidden, trying to draw 5 cards, actually. Wow. Dragon's Fire. Alright. Force them to pay the 3 life. Alright. And whenever you cast or copy a spell. Awesome. So, let's see. Yep. Sacrifice 4. They're tapped out. I'd rather do it like this. And this will cast the spell 4 times, so that's why we're okay with this. Alright. Oh, by the way, we have lethal. Because they paid the life. And we're going to grab that Mascot Exhibition now. Good game. With Hive of the Eye Tyrant, we also threaten lethal through there. So, can't really think of a card that they could have that costs 0 mana and solves this situation. So, gave him the GG. Waiting for them to shake my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And like that, we have too many cards in hand. Thank you, Sedgemoor Witch. Yeah, Sedgemoor Witch just seems so much better than Poppet Stitcher. Or wait for them to flip the table and run away. That is a possibility. Honestly. Okay. So that was actually one of those threatening decks. They did not get off the ground, and I went off the ground fantastically. But the fact that I won with a deck that wasn't just hyper aggro feels so good. That's all I needed to hear to make me happy. You either aggro them or you join them. And being neither makes me happy. Alright. Definitely need to pull out these Eaten Alives. Definitely just not the card. But other than that, we got Hunt for Specimens on 2, Poppet Stitcher on 3. We're threatening Meat Hook Massacre. Like, This card, the only problem with it is it's cost double black, and I don't always have double black. So I think I actually hold up pretending I have Jawari Disruption. Control. Alright. So the plan is a little awkward. I think we go Sedmore Witch, forcing them so they don't want to put a card at 3 power. And then I could Meat Hook Massacre. If I draw a land, I can Meat Hook Massacre really well. Alternatively, I hunt for specimens and have a Village Rites ready. Alright, I think I found it. I think I found the route. Environmental Sciences. And we actually use the Eaten Alive here. Killing the Luminarch. We're going to take some damage from these. They're going to flood the board. And then I'm going to end up getting a Meat Hook Massacre turn. For X equals 2. And that's how I'm going to win this game. So right now, they just need to not have the 3-mana 3-1 that could put a card in my hand and exile for 2 more. Because that loses me the game. As long as they don't have Elite Spellbinder. Okay, that's also an issue. I won't deny that is also an issue. I was going to say, why do they Portable Hole? It's because Adeline. Alright, 1, 2. Alright, so they're 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. I think I'm going to Poppet Stitcher, holding up the Village Rites, so that on another turn I can meet a mass. Okay, so how much are these three? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And if they manage to get that through, that's lethal. So if they... I could Meat Hook Massacre right now and save myself. Or I can go for the risk... Or I can risk it for the biscuit. No, I still need a Meat Hook Massacre for 2 more after that. I have single target kill spells. Give myself some life gain. Get them off the board. Yep. I do have another Meat Hook in this deck, and we're going to have some Village Rites plays. So I just need to draw a land here, so I could Sedmore Environmental Sciences. Awesome. Exactly what I asked for. They are out. They have 1 card left in their hand, so I'd say I'm in a good spot. That puts me in a bad spot. That card single-handedly puts me in a very bad spot. Oof. Use that because I'm dying very soon and I need to not die just yet. Look at that, I would have died if I didn't block that. Well, we need another kill spell. That is a land, not a kill spell. Thanks for the lands. Yep. Well, that was a way to go. Intrepid Adversary off the top. Hurt. Okay, so hold up. If I can get my other Meat Hook Massacre, I think I can live through this. Alright. So, this kills there. That actually saves me. This blocks there. And I'm taking... Nope, I die. I still die. Darn Intrepid Adversary. Yep. Just... We brought them to a top deck situation, and they got Intrepid Adversary. That was how that goes, I guess. The Meat Hook Massacre did great. I think if I saved it, I would have died Yeah, if I saved it, I would have died instantly. So, but we need to figure out how to balance kill spells and cards for other. Like, the problem is in Best of 1, I can't exactly balance kill spells and non-kill spells. Alright. Tap Valkyrie Rebirth for Eye Twitch. Hold up a Disdainful Stroke on another turn. I'm definitely keeping a lot of hands that I probably shouldn't keep. 4 Islands only plays our Plumb the Forbidden and Eye Twitch. Definitely suspicious. Alright. Play another island. So now I hold up Sock coming. Or at least they think I do. I'm actually holding up Plumb the Forbidden. Not sure if I want to play it, so I did it. Alright. Now I hold up the Plumb Forbidden and the Disdainful Stroke, so if they play something for 4 here, I can use it. Otherwise, I can Plumb for 2 cards plus Eye Twitch. Yeah, no reason in countering their card draw. I do think I Plumb here because they're getting a lot of cards in hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so if they play that tapped, which is what I'm guessing they do. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If I Plumb the Forbidden and they have a negate, I mean, they need, like, specifically negate. Jawari Disruption does not work. It does allow them to... So here's my theme. I'm going to draw so many cards off of that play because I get to play, I get to grab a specific learn card. Actually, I just realized I'm drawing a ton off of this, which means I might not be able to. Alright, so they had specifically negate. Plumb the Forbidden fortunately copied itself, so I still draw some and teaches the Archaics with how many cards are in your hand. It's going to actually do some work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 7. Alright. I think I just play Hunt for Specimens, hold up the Divide by 0, and get myself Environmental Sciences, I think. Unfortunately, it looks like we are playing this aggro deck into, or this late game deck into the late game, because I didn't get enough early game pressure, but we have to do what we have to do. We have a Divide by 0. Not playing the Teach the Archaics is all the suspicion I need. This forces them to want to drop stuff onto the ground, and Disdainful Stroke helps me respond. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get a Swamp. Okay, hold up the Village Rites if I need it. Definitely not applying pressure, and that's definitely a mistake, but it looks like card draw has been managing to do its job. Yeah, let's just Village Rites. If they want to use a counterspell, let them. They're at 7 cards. Let them use their counterspells here. Give myself a chance to draw Fading Hope, which protects Lear. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I play Poppet Stitcher. because they're holding up counter spells their plan. I can play Puppet Stitcher and still have up Divided by 0 or Divided by 0 Fading Hope. Now I'm going to play the tap land. I'm still playing the Puppet Stitcher because it helps threaten... Yeah, the Puppet Stitcher helps force out their counter spells now instead of on Leer. And that means next turn I could end up doing like a Leer plus a counterspell play. Alright, so they dissipate that. I do not want to Divide by 0 to dissipate. Let them counter. We have a Divide by 0 for if they gold span. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. So now if I Leer, I have 3 mana for the Divide by 0. I don't think that's even what I want to do. I think I hunt for specimens and get the Mascot Exhibition ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, if I Leer and they have a counterspell, I have to Divide by 0, and they have enough mana to hold up a second counterspell after that. I just realized I could have actually used Hive of the Eye. No, I think I do that. I think I do that this turn. It was a mistake to organize it the way I did, but I think making the Hive of the Eye Tyrant into a weapon is the positive solution. They want to use their burn spells on Hive if they have them. Here's the Dragon's Fire. I don't want Faint Hope yet. I leave up a chance at Goldspan Dragon, but you know, that was a mistake because I left up Goldspan Dragon playable. I should have. Yep. I think I have to Fading Hope and get it countered. Because if I don't get it countered, Arlen's Epiphany could be played off of the treasures and Goldspan. Alright. They have a Jawari Disruption. Alright. If they attack with Goldspan and then end up being able to use their treasures to play Jawari Disruption, I am in a lot of trouble, and I put myself in that situation by a poor play there. Alright. Wait, hold up. Let's attack first. Deal a little more damage. Get rid of... They do get another treasure token, but I have to accept that. And if they counter this, then they leave up the Mascot Exhibition. So... yeah, if they... So either they have the counter and they're going to use it, or they don't have the counter and I get a Mascot Exhibition more freely, more safely. Alright. Now counter the Mascot Exhibition. There it is. Alright. Wow, these Jawaris have been doing their work. I just keep playing into them. That's my fault. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They can flip this Smoldering Egg this turn if they get good use of mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Alright. There we are. Alright, and we get a we're holding up a Divide by 0, so if they counter a spell, I get, or if they try to counter this, I can divide it. Oh man. look at this. Alright, I think I actually end my turn here, holding up the Fading Hope and the Divide by Zero. Otherwise, I Environmental Sciences. Now I think I hold up here. Let's see what they do. They are at very few cards, but they are actually in a pretty positive position given the mana they have. They're dividing by 0. Alright. I'm gonna Fading Hope their Smoldering Egg, so it can't flip. Not easily, at least. Not what I need right now. And I'm gonna... because I can't cast the rest of these spells. Actually, I could play the Dwari Disruption. You know, I need to just play that Dwari Disruption as a spell. Alright, what I mean by that is I need to play Dwari Disruption as a land. My apologies. I just keep making that mistake. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Dwari Disruption just needs to be a land. So if they have Arlen's Epiphany, they play it. Alright. They might have gone it there. Got my Field of Ruin. Play this again. Time I can Twitch Eaten Alive if I want. They can't counter a spell this turn, so I think this is the correct play. Like, they can Arlen's Epiphany, but with all the mana they have, I think there's nothing I'm really doing to play around that anyways. Alright. If they want to bounce their Smoldering Egg, they can be my guest. They have to then spend a spell bouncing it, and another spell, you know, dealing with the issue. And I look like I'm holding up a Fading Hope. I will say Lear is getting sacrificed, and that is unfortunate. But Lear is getting sacrificed to get myself... Go on Environmental Sciences. That might be a mistake, because now I prove that I'm not holding up an Unsummon, but I actually want them killing Lear instead of playing Arlen's Epiphany, which is what this deck wants to do right now. If this deck draws Goldspan and has... If those last 3 cards involve Goldspan and Arlen's Epiphany, I think I'm dead. I have to play as if that's not the case. Try Skull Smashing for 4. Alright. Pretty tapped out. Hold up. Z to undo. Play a land first. And yeah, I don't want to commit my Poppet Stitcher at the same time. So we're just going to end here and leave the Divide by 0 in hand. 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep. They have more than enough mana to do whatever they want to do. But the thing that they don't have is cards. I might use the Divide by 0 and then just turn my Jawari Disruption, discard it to draw a card. That might actually be the correct play in this next turn. If they play Lear, I'm also in trouble. There's Mario Command, draw 2 cards, discards, creates a treasure token. Alright, so they're looking As I said, they're looking for that gold span Arlen's Epiphany. If they got both, I'm in bad spot. Alright. I will be using Divide by Zero on their gold span, simply to force them to spend treasures to cast it, if they want to do it this turn. Because if they have, you know, all the pieces. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, they're just trying to figure out. I think their pauses tells me that there's a Shatter Skull smashing in their hand, and they're trying to decide which ones they kill, and if they're willing to spend their treasures to get that kill. So, but yeah, it's kind of sad that Poppet Stitcher is like the weakest card in this deck. Yep, like I said. Alright. They can't cast it again this turn if I Divide by Zero it. Not to any notable effect. And yeah, I think I was going to go Poppet Stitcher Pest Summoning was the plan. Alright. Well, this deck actually performed pretty well. Leer was very important. Divide by Zeros were very important. Land base was pretty poor. I feel like I could do the land base better. I definitely don't have a full playset of Bark Channel Pathways, but also there's the yeah, so definitely my land base needs to get improved. I only had 2 Bark Channel Pathways. I'm not sure how many people noticed that. Or Clearwire Pathways, I guess. Well, I only had 2 pathways. This should have been 4. There's a black-blue slow lands. If you have 2 or fewer lands, it comes to play tapped. So that's going to help set the mana base. From there, this actually performed pretty darn well. The Meat Hook Massacres are very good. The Hunt for Specimens were probably the weakest part, but I think just it's kind of a matter of getting a certain amount of something. The Dwar Disruptions definitely did not perform as well as I hoped. Malakir Rebirths, just a very awkward card to use. But overall, this actually won games, and like a good amount of games in fights that I did not expect I could win. Glad to have it. Glad to have a good working deck that isn't of the meta. So I might be playing this a bit more in a bit later on. Anyways, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day. And if we remove some of these, we could get, like, Necrotic Fumes only came up once, Pest Summoning only came up once. I definitely don't need the full set of Mascot Exhibitions. This is a deck that could be turned into a best of 3 deck pretty effectively, I think. And once this becomes best of 3, I think this could see play there. Because, like, really the reason you do best of 1 is that you don't want to commit all your resources to best of 3 when you don't know what's the best way to build this deck. So this is your chance to experiment and not spend all your wild cards. So there's a lot of potential in this. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Alright. Did that. So next is going to be the Demi-Lich. Let me open my packs real fast. Got a few packs to pop open. Mythic Wild card. Always good. Rare Wild card. Glad to see it. Alright, so literally the only option is Ron Reunion. And it's just going up. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we're going left because the Tainted Adversary I actually kind of want. Alright. And we're getting 1 next level. We're getting 1, yeah, every 2 to 3 levels, basically. Until we're done. And we'll be done next week, it looks like. Next Mastery set expires in 18 days. Alright. Good to know. Oof. Well, I need to change the name, but first, gonna look at this, and I'm wondering if I should have more Sot Cummings and less Celundi Visions. Alright. I'm going to change the name, and I'm going to take a break. Or, yeah, break. Alright. I'll be back shortly. Everyone, just take a quick break, water, all that you might need. Uh. Hey everyone, welcome back to more of the strange standard decks that I've been trying out. So this one is all about Demi-Lich. So Demi-Lich, 4 mana 4/3, you can cast it from your graveyard if you exile instants or sorceries from there, and whenever you attack, you can cast this instant or sorcery that's already in there, that's already in your graveyard. So one of the things is that I want enough for 1 mana spells I consider on Fading Hope and Otherworldly Gaze. All spells, like these two, help you get through your deck and put more in the grave. And this one just helps you survive in control game scenarios. And, like, I'm not exactly looking to make... The only time I want Demi-Lich to be 0 is if I have multiple in the grave at once, and by that time it won't be turn 4. It will probably be like turn 5 or 6. I could use curates as well, is the plan. In addition, because Otherworldly Gaze in this cycles through my deck, one of my ideas is to put a bunch of one-of spells that could be very valuable to pull out at specific times. So multiple choice is pretty nice. Able to scry and draw. Like if I can get X equals 5, it scries a card, draws a card, creates a 4/4 elemental. Inscription of Insight, if I get 8 mana, it bounces creatures, draws cards, creates big creatures. Tempted by the Orc, if they have creatures that could get brought out, otherwise I just mill it. And Sleep. I'm surprised I'm not seeing Sleep. Tap all creatures target player controls, they don't untap. Like, if they're like building up a threatening board, I play Sleep, it buys me an additional turn. Like, I'm wondering if there's something here. Like, I definitely want an Aether Gust sort of effect, something that when they attack, I bounce. But this, just using Sleep to lock them down, attack with Demi-Lich, lock them down again. Like, I think there's something there. And then just for my top end, I have Cyclone Summoner. This was my own... I only have 5 creatures, the Demi-Lich and the Cyclones. Because the Cyclone, in certain matchups, if I can get to that 7 mana, Cyclone Summoner will just flat out win me the game. I've seen someone else do a deck with this that they splash in black. I might end up splashing in red. I think that there is some potential in this deck. Raven Form just to remove specifically pesky creatures. Solemnity Vigils just to get to one of these instant or sorcery spells. Add to be a lad when I don't need it. Definitely one of the weaknesses of this deck is it's going to be sitting around dirtling and just like doing its own thing. And then it's going to play Demi-Lich and try to win the game from there. But that's why I have a lot of counter. That's why I have 3 Salt Cummings and 1 Jawari Disruption. Might just... You know what? I'm going to put 4 Salt Cummings, -1 Tempted by the Orc. Not every deck has a target for Tempted by the Orc. Alright. We're going to hope that this works. This is definitely one of the more vulnerable of the decks. I think... Yeah, this deck definitely has some... It has some fundamental feeds where it's just kind of spinning its wheels and doing its own thing, and it's not interacting with my opponent as much as I probably need it to be. I think this is one of those weird actions where against Allrun's Epiphany it's going to be better. I don't want Demi-Lich in my hand. I think I'm just throwing this hand back. Oh wait, I have 3 lands. I have 3 lands. I'll keep. I have 3 lands. I have answers for some of the late game stuff. Alright. I can play this. I'm holding up both Consider and Otherworldly Gaze if I want to. The Field of Runes actually look really bad at this right now. I'm going Otherworldly Gaze. Alright. Don't think I need the Tempted. Cyclone Summoner will probably be a win when I get it, but I don't... That's the big question. Yeah, I don't think this is a deck where we want Cyclone Summoner. And as for the Curate, I'd rather have a land. Through the Consider or save it for the Demi-Lich turn. I chose the latter. Alright. Alright, so they have a big Treasure Magma Opus deck. This could be an issue if they have, there's a specific, I think it's called, like, Dragon's Intervention or something like that. And actually, alright. And this is why we have the Jawari Disruptions. I'm shocked that they played straight into it like that. Alright. Do I want to just drop Demi-Lich? Don't need that land. Alright. Next turn, I could recast the Curate or the Consider or anything like that. They're only at 4 lands, so... If they have another gold spam, that's good for them, but... Alright. I mean, I have the mana to just recast it, if I really want to. Ow. Teachings of the Archaics. Yeah, so I added this Serpentine Curve specifically for moments like this, so I could just play a big, scary 8-drop if I want. I could Otherworldly Gaze and just play Demi-Lich again. Teachings of the Archaics when I have this many cards in hand. Interesting. Like, I have less cards than they do. It didn't tap my Field of Ruin. Give an oops, and that's the turn. At least this way I can hold up the Saw coming. It didn't tap my Field of Ruin. Gosh. That's... I mean, it's my fault. I didn't check the auto-tapper, but... the fact that goes with that solution so many times. Alright. So just go to draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, and create a treasure. I'm more interested in countering what they draw with that treasure token than what a turn 1 Prismari command is going to be playing. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, now they have... so Teacher of the Archaics is going to draw them 2 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I care about that? Not enough. Not enough. I am going to Field of Ruin this, specifically so I have full islands. I don't have to worry about that happening again. I do not care that they have untapped land because of all of that. Alright, multiple choice. I could Otherworldly Gaze at just Demi-Lich again. I could do that properly this time. Alternatively, I could hold up the Sock coming. I think the multiple choice is going to deal with the Gold's Bad Dragon the first time I see it. Alright. Definitely a turn behind hurts. The Serpentine Curve can make a big, scary threat if I think they've used up their bounce spells. Battle of Frost and Fire. Alright. Island. So let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I could do is I could foretell Salt coming. And yeah, I think I'm just going to foretell Salt coming in my turn. Next turn I could either multiple choice. I could just Demi-Lich. They think that's Arlon's Epiphany. And I could just Demi-Lich. And I will not be needing the Jawari Disruption. I will not be needing the Tempted by the Orc. And I think two considers is enough. Yeah. Demi-Lich back in play. Next turn is when they want to cast their Arlon's Epiphany for the Battle of Frost and Fire trigger. So I'll have the Sot coming for that turn. Is my hope. 2 top 1 bomb is actually very bad for me. Goldspan here could be devastating. Alright, Alrund's Epiphany here is actually very devastating as well. Because if they're playing Alrund's Epiphany there, that means there's an Alrund's Epiphany on the top of their deck. That means they're playing a second Alrund's Epiphany. Alright. I'm going to Opus. Try to kill my Demi-Lich. Yeah, so they're drawing a bunch of cards. They kill my Demi-Lich. Striking multiple choice. Form not looking so good right now. I think I just Serpentine Curve and have the Sot coming open for another scary turn like that. This forces bounce spells on the Serpentine curve. If I draw a land, I can multiple choice. The Raven form definitely alright, underperforming. The otherworldly gazes were X out of themselves. And I also think I got a lot of lands in here. Yeah. Oof. They're just going to fly over the top of that. I mean, I have a counterspell ready, and I recognize they're going to try to fly over it. I'm really more scared of if they're going to bounce it, is my theme. I recognize the theme is I just want to try to run them out of cards, and the Magma Opus has just been ruining that, is basically my issue. They can't attack with their 4/4 now. So here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, no, exactly. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sleep them. So what I could do is I could sleep them, attack in with 11 damage. They're nearly dead. It leaves them tapped for an additional turn. They're out. I'm not going to counter a token. I'm going to... Alright. Unexpected Windfall. Do I counter this? No. I want to counter their actual cards. Okay. So they're attacking with both. That's good. So I could Fading Hope the 4/4. If they end their turn like this. Alright. And then I could sleep on the next turn. Alright. End their turn. Fading Hope their 4/4. Because this is exactly what they're scared of. So now, yeah, now I'm threatening half of their health and damage. I actually think I want the land. Yep. Took them out. They knew that they were dead in a few turns. I was going to keep the land. I was going to have a counterspell. I'd pull up a Demi-Lich. I'd have options. And that's the theme. The deck has options. Yes, they're going to try to fly over me. But that's why I liked the sleep. It just has a way to, if they have a big board of a bunch of birds, I can just tap them all down and get through. But yeah, I'm not worried about defending myself. R1's Epiphany decks, if I have the counters, I'm good. And if I'm like, my hope is that I have enough counter spells and things of that nature to interact with the Epiphany decks that I don't have to worry about them as much. And otherwise, alright. Yeah, we'll play this tapped. We have options later on. But yeah, I'm not worried about him flying over. I'm worried about them chump blocking all the time. Alright. Land Island. Pass the turn. I have a Jawari Disruption if I need it. Take a break. Okay, so so today was supposed to be Dungeons and Dragons, and the session got postponed. So it's not that I'm taking a break from it, it's that there was no need to do it. Basically. Alright. I think I played the Jawari Disruption tapped to tell them, hey, lane's free. And the Concerted Defense gets them, because it's 1 plus an additional 1. I know Mindful beat the record. I know. I'm not saying there isn't a reason. I'm saying that I'm not the one doing it. I forgot that these only counter non-creature spells. That was my fault. Put that in my grave. Alright, I can exile their card advantage engine. Yep. Before they get card advantage off of it. I just want to do this. That's the main purpose. I enjoy this game. I play it because I enjoy it, and this is my time to do it. Alright. Alright, Hoarding Ogre. I'm not as worried about my opponent anymore. Definitely not the Harl Sword Giants. Do I want the stop coming? No. I mean, I think the problem is I have these Concerted Defenses stuck in my head. I'll throw back the island, mostly because I'm going to draw more. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So once I get to Cyclone Summoner, it bounces all of their treasures, plus all of their creatures. So That's basically the idea. Alright. Conserved defenses are now dead cards. Okay, them by opening hand is pretty poor. Alright. This doesn't seem like it should be a strong deck, but I'm just not built for it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if I could somehow draw a land and then... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to draw that land, is the issue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because I need to get a Cyclone Summoner. So Serpentine Curves definitely go to the graveyard. It's just the question of, do I sleep or not? Because the problem is Otherworldly Gaze doesn't actually draw me cards. Because I'm not... I think I'd throw that in the grave, yeah. Alright. Drawing the land. I'm going to Otherworldly Gaze hoping to hit Demi-Lich and throw it into my grave. Nope. Well, none of these are lands, so they all go in the grave. 4, 5, 6. If I could get one land off the top, I win the game. If I miss it, I'm pretty sure I lose the game right there. Because that's all I can really do right now. Cyclone Summoner should win me the game. And that was not a land, and even if this is a land off the top, doesn't matter because I don't have the mana for it anymore. So, well. So the conservative defenses do not work as well as I thought they would. Just having them stuck in my hand definitely sucked. This is not a normal deck, though. I will state this is not a normal deck, but having those 2 conservative defenses right off the bat were definitely very poor for me. Usually the idea is you can mill them out in matchups where it doesn't matter, but also I forgot that doesn't counter everything. So I'm like, oh, it's the same as a Dwari Disruption, but it's not. It's not. The thing is, if I throw out the conserved defenses, what do I think I just put in Disdainful Strokes. Or Negates or something of that nature. Alright. Well, I'm going first. I have enough lands with this sort of deck. I can Otherworldly Gaze, mill a bunch of stuff. Alright. Well, or they're gonna fill once I self-mill. And they're planning to be the mill deck. I'm actually gonna foretell the Sock coming then. I think. I'm gonna wait. Nah, I'm gonna have a... If we're facing the mill deck, we want to make sure we get the land when we want the land. Alright. Yeah, this is not going to end well because we are self-mill, and they are mill themselves. Alright. First Otherworldly Gaze. I think that's close enough to a land that I keep it. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to submit 0 and put Salundi Visions on top, is my idea. Yeah. This one has its mana reduced far more than the other. Alright, so they're Frost Augur mill deck. That's actually pretty interesting. I do like when my opponents are doing something unique like that. Anyways, we do have 4 Demi-Liches, which are happy to see the grave. Of course not. Wondering, do I want to... Like, I do want to land. I think I'd go for a Consider to try to find the land. Drop. Awesome. Yeah, let's just Demi-Lich. Yeah, I'll Raven form one of the rune crabs to make sure they can't mill me too fast. And yeah, just Demi-Lich. Half our deck's gone, but... So the main issue is that I want them milling... I don't want them playing Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Alright, there's another Demi-Lich for me. But yeah, 4 mana is like my minimum that I want. Let's see. Pull out Consider. Alright, well, I'm going to start by attacking. It's amazing that I'm in this sort of deck, and I managed to draw 2 Demi-Liches. I want lands. That's not a land. There we go. Alright, so I'd have to play Fading Hope. 1. It costs 2. Not enough. Alright. Second Demi-Lich. Okay. Starting with more and more Demi-Liches. Raven really does nothing to me, so... The Fading Hope just acts as a way to help get these Demi-Liches in play more easily. And now that we have all 4 Demi-Liches, we want to start attacking and not worry about Rune Crabs. Spider Queen.
You reek with terror. Exquisite subservience will be rewarded.
I have a sleep in here, correct? Yep. So that's my plan. So yeah, I'll sleep and consider, and just... Let's just kill them. So one takes sleep, and the other takes consider, I believe. Actually, no. I think I have another idea. So we're gonna go double sleep, because it's forced to exile. And I'm going to Fading Hope any creature they play to help block it. And then I could Fading Hope and play something else. And play one of the Fading Hopes in my grave to help just wipe out any pressure on the field that they have to prevent me from winning next turn. We don't have a counter spell, so if they have a kill spell, I'm in trouble. But... But yeah, sleep. I think we want a second sleep in this deck. Remove the considered defenses, add another sleep. Like so. Wow. Fey Hope's going to make Lulth a lot bigger. But then we could unsummon the tokens come pulled from Lulth. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We will slay our enemies.
So, I'm just trying to figure out. I think I want a Fading Hope on my turn still.
I will call the
Alright, here we go. So we Fading Hope. Return one of these spiders to their hand. I can now double Demi-Lich. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just going to double Demi-Lich because I don't want to put too many of my cards in exile, basically. Not going to bring back counter spells, so Jawari Disruptions are removed. Curates are a little expensive for the options I have. Again, counter spells don't make sense. Alright. And yeah, I think just another sleep in this deck would be great. Next turn I could even pump up Hall of the Storm Giants to attack whenever I want. They can -3 Lolth to try to get themselves more spiders. Alright, so they have to Blood on the Snow. That being said, now that they're getting counter spells, they're actually in a positive location. Now that they're, like, actually stopping my stuff the way they are.
For annihilation.
And the ability to constantly -3 with Wolf. They didn't -3 with Wolf. That surprises me.
I'll tell you a secret.
Alright. So here's the question. Do I attack with Hall of Storm Giants, forcing the Rune Crab to destroy itself? Or do I... Yeah, I think that's the play. Block with Rune Crab. I think that is the correct play. Alright.
At least there is blood on your hands.
6, 7, 8. Alright. We have enough to double Demi-Lich at will, basically. Cyclone Summoner is in the grave, so that's not a win condition. Also, Meathook Massacre makes that not a win condition anyways. Alright, Professor Onyx. I have no creatures to sacrifice.
Liliana Vess? Sorry, haven't heard that name before.
Alright, so this is the late game snow deck. That makes... Now I understand what this deck's doing. It's just unfortunate. I couldn't get the setup in time. I actually got lucky. I got my Demi-Liches in the first half of the deck, but I don't think I played through this properly. I thought I could rush it down because I didn't understand the opponent's deck. One target creature or planeswalker. Yep, force the crab to block and die. Yeah, at this point, I'm just having problems negotiating this board that my opponent's presenting me, because I don't know if I want to attack face, like if I'm supposed to keep attacking face, or if that's just not an option anymore. Because, you know, 2 attacks to face is lethal, but it means not applying any pressure. Professor Onyx's -8 will kill me. And, yeah, things like this could occur. I didn't know where to hold up the sock coming. There were issues that I made. There were mistakes. Alright, well. A little deck of theirs.
Never thought I'd miss the library.
Alright, whatever. Made some mistakes. Well, I just now realized they could use that to search for Alarin's Epiphanies. Wow. So, chances are they're gonna just have every turn from here on out. Oh, no. They're just gonna make their turns my turn. My turn's their turn. Well. 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 instants of sorceries in my grave. I mean, I could double Demi-Lich, and if I hit, I win. But if I don't hit, like, yeah, I lose. Wait, hold up. Repeat 6 more times. So 7 times. So they do this 6 times, and I think I've already lost. Yep. Good game. So yeah, so in case you're wondering, that would deal... So it's threatened... So it's 7 times, so it threatens 21 damage. I stopped 6 of it. So the Professor Onyx just won them the game. And like, I also had to deal with Xanathar, and I also had to deal with the fact that I was getting milled. Also, the correct play was to play Otherworldly Gaze 3 times, and just mill myself. Just go out with dignity. But yeah, Otherworldly Gaze not replacing itself is a major cost. I forgot to replace my considered defenses with the sleep. Alright. Well, we have a considered defense. We have a curate to help me get my lands. I've attempted in case it's a aggro. I have all runs in case it's control. Oh, it's very aggro. I don't think there's anything more aggro than this sort of deck. Alright. Well, we're holding up a curate. We look like we're holding up Jawari Disruption, which hopefully slows them down. But we're holding up curate. I think it may have slowed them down. Not gonna get there. Alright. Well, the Field of Ruin makes it hard to play Demi-Lich, but if they play like a Hobgoblin Captain, I could tempt it. Well, that's what they played. Slows them down a little. Takes out a 2-3, gives me a 2-3. Oh, and it's a rogue for concerted defense. Hey! I'm gonna upkeep Otherworldly Guys to try to get an island so I can play Demi-Liches. To guarantee an island on top. And it needs to be an island because it needs to be untapped. And the thing is, I can actually flash it back and still play the Demi-Lich. As long as I tap the Field of Ruin. Alright. And they discard a Bugbear. So this is the Heavy Goblins deck. And they had to Thundering Rebuke their own Hobgoblin, which is nice for me, as far as I care. Alright. Otherworldly Gaze, make sure there's an island on top. Alright. No need for Jawari Disruption anymore. Do I just want 2 islands? I'm getting close to Auron's Epiphany. Yeah. Alright. So I can play an island. I'm at 6 mana. So I get tempted by the Auric. And still... You know what? I could... Wait, we're at 6 mana. Alright. I'm going to Otherworldly Gaze. And then I could still play Demi-Lich and hold up Concerted Defense. And yeah, we have enough mana now. Do I want to just Otherworldly Gaze again? I want to hold up Concerted Defense. It's played or it's bust. Alright. And yes, I will be blocking the Battlecry Goblin with no concern. That is a lot of pain. Can't deny that. 6 mana. So the first one will attack. And I'm just going to exile the Jawari Disruption, but not cast it. Gonna play Alrund's Epiphany. More birds. Island. Perfect. Alright. Start with Consider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I could multiple choice. And, yeah, I'm going to cast multiple choice, I think. Get myself a 4/4. X equals 5. Or X equals 4. Don't need that anymore. They bounce a creature to their hand. And we're going to just start chump blocking, basically. Attacks. 1 mana off from casting the Demi-Lich with all of that. Would have been really good. Alright. They actually are very close to lethal. They had lethal. They had lethal with Den of the Bugbear. Pretty sure they had lethal with Den of the Bugbear. Alright. Let's see, if I attack and tempted by the Auric. As long... yeah. Okay, I like this. So I'm going to attack with just this one. Take back... oh, I could... I think the tempted by the Auric is better right now. I'm going to steal one of their Fireblade Chargers. Oh, I only have 4 cards in grave? Alright. Unfortunate, but that's fine. So I took a Fireblade Charger off the board and put one on mine. Combination I can appreciate. Oh, I could start I could Field of Ruin the Den of the Bugbear. That's what I need to do next turn. Or I could just kill it if I don't die this turn. Alright, so hold up. Perfect. I can block here. This blocks here. This blocks here. This blocks here. This blocks here, I guess. Hold up. Alright. Go. So that shoots that. And this shoots Fireblade Charger, which encourages it to shoot to the Raven that I kept alive. Or one of these creatures that are surviving, either the Demi-Lich or the 4/4. Just encourages them to go for trades instead of lethals. Yep. Awesome. And yeah, I actually Fading Hope the Fissure Wizard and attacking for lethal. Yep. So this deck is actually performing fine. I definitely, the concerted defenses just have not been, at least for the level I'm at, the position I'm in, the concerted defenses are not the correct play. So we're ripping those out. Oh. We're ripping those out. I'm putting another sleep in. And is there anything here that's been performing well enough to... just the second one? I'm trying to think. Second Auric, maybe. I want another 2-mana spell. Maybe. Something that can cause me to discard cards and draw cards, I feel like is what I want. I'll go with another Tempted. Oh, also. Really, like... very few times where I want Field of Ruin. I think 2 is enough. I don't want to go down to 1, but I don't want to... like, I have not been appreciating these Field of Ruins. I guess I'm supposed to destroy them to turn into actual proper islands. But, like, yeah, no more than 2. 2 is the maximum. Alright. Don goes first. We could go Island to do Otherworldly Gaze. Island, either Jawari Disruption or Sot coming, depending on how it's going. Alright. They're playing on curve. Yeah, we're Jawari Disrupting next turn. I'm Otherworldly Gazing, going for a land. Cyclone Summoner, I do not think we'll see play in time, unfortunately. You know what? I think this deck needs the Celestis. This deck needs some card that I can play that helps me mill through cards and gains me a little life in the process. So, I think I can put back a Concerted Defense and throw away the Celestis. I think that's the plan. Alright. Well, I want the lands, and I don't need the Curate. Do I want both lands is the question. Yes. The sleep. It's going to allow me to get the sleep, which is worth the while. Alright. So this turn I hold the Jawari Disruption. Next turn I hold the Sot coming. They want to play multiple spells each turn, so there's not much room for them to do no plays. Alright. If they buff the Clarion Spirit, I bounce it back with Fading Hope. Alright. Bouncing back with Fading Hope does break my curve up a lot, but I think it might be the correct play because I can't play this again. We have a Sot coming, which we can use on the Clarion Spirit if we feel it's a threat. If they do nothing, we can Otherworldly Gaze. The chances they do nothing are slim to none. They... oh my gosh. Alright. So they're going to protect their haven, or are they going to protect their creatures? How do they plan to do this? Alright. Well, we might actually survive to Cyclone Summoner at this rate. So, that's a positive. I say as I take 8 damage and go to 9 health. Alright, definitely need that Fading Hope. Do I want to consider into the Fading Hope? No. I want to just get that Fading Hope. Alright. But yeah, these aggro decks definitely beat this deck down in a way that it can't handle. We need some sort of bounce every creature effect, and we don't have that right now. I actually need the Field of Ruin to destroy this Faceless Haven. If they play the Clearing Spirit, I think I just counter it. Alright, well, how do they distribute the buffs? Alright. Sure. Alright. Definitely reduce the damage a lot there. I just realized they Faceless Haven and I lose the game right now. Because I made a mistake. I made a mistake. They Faceless Haven and win the game right here, right now. Full control to high die. Have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Serpentine Curve seems better than the Cyclone Summoner, but like nonetheless, we need to have some way to deal with just these on the ground decks other than just return the creature, you know? Alright. We're not dead just yet, but we are in the tanks. Because of Faceless Haven, we actually... Okay, hold up. If we draw Field of Ruin off the top, we actually get to sleep and survive. So that's a positive. But right now, these Luminarch Aspirants, if they buff each other and bring me to 2, every single card is a threat. And we need to get into the Cyclone Summoner position. Surprised they didn't just make a buff Intrepid Adversary. Yeah, if they just buffed Intrepid Adversary, they would have won right here. They're that scared of Fading Hope. Alright. Well, that's not Field of Ruin. Who knows, maybe they won't see it. Can't attack? Maybe they don't actually see the Faceless Haven. Or... Yep. Oh well. So yeah, definitely dealing with the early game is something this deck cannot do. So, it needs to splash in another color to deal with the early game. It's the question of, do we want black for kill spells? I feel like we need black for board clears, of all things. This deck definitely could benefit from board clears, but the problem is board clears are all double colored. Like, they're always black, black, or white, white, or red, red, or something of that nature. But, like, a board clear helps this deck a lot. The Otherworldly Gazes, like, the more I play with it, the more I feel like that not gaining the card is painful. So, I think these cards actually get cut down. We would just figure out which one we want to do, whether we want to burn down the houses, Doom Scars, Blood on the Snows. Like, we just need to figure out what color we want to splash in with Demilich. And we definitely need, early game solutions. The sleep, the time we did use it properly, it seemed like the one issue is we only had 1 sleep. So, I'm happy with that. Tempted by the Auric did win me the game, but I don't think more than 1 is justifiable, given how often you find creatures and planeswalkers of this mana value. It's just like, either hits or it doesn't, and when it doesn't, it's deadly. Raven Form doesn't make sense because we already have the Tempted. There's just... It's a Field of Fiends. There's definitely potential in here. We won quite a few games. There's potential somewhere in this Demilich deck. It's just, this ain't it. This ain't the final solution. This ain't how it all gonna pan out. I think it's definitely splashing a color. It's just a question of which color. It needs some sort of sweep the board effect for cheap. Don't know whether that's Sitterclasm or Bloodline Cooling, or just ends up that Vanquish the Horde is actually that cheap. I have no idea, but it needs some sort of clean up the board for low mana effect. Well, with that, we actually, like, again, I'm not expecting too much with Alrund's Epiphany being the format, so this did fine. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. I hope you all find your own decks that you love. Alright. The last one is a Winter Horde Blessing deck. I'm just wondering if I even want to spend the time on it. I mean, I made it. I might as well spend the time on it. Alright. Delver. Standard attempt. There we are. I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back. Just some little ideas. There we are. Definitely don't want the otherworldly gazes. Not more than 2 to activate Delver. Hey everyone. Okay, let me try that again. Oh. Broken Counterpart. So I added this deck to just try it out by, like, just looking at it right now, I already think it's not going to work. I think I'd rather put Divide by 0 and have it not, like, have it fail sometimes than do it as is right now. Whew. Yeah, I just... doesn't make sense to me. There we are. Hopefully that pans out. Hey everyone. Welcome back. So today, we are doing a Delver of Secrets deck. So, generally speaking, you want to have a lot of instants or sorceries in these sort of decks. So we have 32 of them. So half the time it just blind flips. But a lot of the... you also want to be kind of aggressive, and you want to protect your 3/2 flyer once you get it, because this is kind of your win condition. One of the ideas is to counter a lot of the spells that they keep bringing in. and using Snakeskin Veil to like protect your creature. So which I'm starting to wonder if, because of the meta I'm facing a lot of mono white aggro. I'm gonna cut out 2 of the Disdainful Strokes and put in I think I'm actually going to put in Rejects, or something similar. That might actually be the correct play. It might, like, it looks pretty poor, but I think that is actually the correct play. So, one of the things about Delver of So, as for the other creatures, we have 1 Leer, because we have all these counterspells. Leer will miss a lot. You know what? I just need to put Divide by 0 in. Okay, you know what? I'm going to rebuild this deck really quick, and then I'm going to show it off. So, 3 of those. We're going to get rid of the rejects. Rid of the concurrent defenses, I think. Alright. And then let's go lesson. What lessons do I want? Containment. Oh. In here. Containment Breach. Pair of Environmental Sciences. An expanded anatomy to make it extra threatening. Introduction to Prophecy. I think a single Intro to Annihilation is pretty nice. Oh, teaching those archaics. Of course, of course. Alright. There we are. Whew. Let's try this again. Hey everyone, welcome back. This time we are playing a bit more on-the-ground aggressive deck with Delver of Secrets. The idea being hopefully flipping it immediately using... Okay, one more change. Because I had no snarls. I will be crafting 4 rares. I don't even care. Like, I think... Oh, also Pathway. Well, actually... Oh, I have 4 of the Pathways. Okay, hold up. I don't need these, then. There we are. There we are. Alright. That's all the land fixing I need. I already had 4 pathways. I wasn't even playing them. That was just a mistake from me. Alright. Hey everyone. Welcome back. This time, we have a bit more of an... Okay, now I'm going to do that again. Sorry that's taking me so long to get this set up right. Hey everyone. Welcome back. This time, we have a bit more aggressive a deck. We have Delver of Secrets, which is going to be our damage dealer. Just turn into a 3/2 flyer early on, hopefully push them through, and just protect it, hold it down. Conserve defense while it's a wizard. Also counts the spell for 2. Same with Malevolent Hermit being a wizard. And the Suspicious Stowaways are rogues, actually allowing us to go up even higher. We even have a Jawari Disruptions, of course. Some Divide by Zeros at Sock Cummings. A full set of Snakeskin Veils. 2 Otherworldly Gazes to help making sure the flip is perfect, as well as the Fading Hopes. Generally speaking, though, we have over half of our deck allowing us to just blind flip Delver of Secrets whenever we need it. And we have 1 Leer. 1 Leer because sometimes we get to that state in the game, but when we do, we could get off of Memory Deluges or Otherworldly Gazes. We don't want to clutter our deck with it. And we have Winterhorde Blessing as a way to buff the creature while allowing it to get through any random flyers we end up running into along the way. Alongside Suspicious Stowaway, which is always unblockable and could end up Ophidian style, giving us card draw along the way. Just a lot of good effects. With the Divide by Zeros, we have a full sideboard, 2 Environmental Sciences, a T-Cheats in case we need the card draw, Containment Bait in case we need the Destruction. Then we also have the Expanded Anatomy, because we have creatures we want to get big and crush them with. Introduction to Prophecy in case we want to draw a specific card, and of course, Mascot Exhibition for the top end. So with this, We have a weird Winterhorn Delver of Secrets deck. And we'll see how that fares. I actually spent the rare cards to get myself the proper land fixing. We don't really need creature lands for this deck, because if it goes that late into the game, it's probably already over for us. But we definitely need to make sure we get the green and the green and the blue when we need to get the green and the blue. So, like for example, this does not work. Alright. I just don't want to mill to 3. That's literally the only reason I'm doing this. Alright. Well, we are facing mono white aggro, and we had just 2 hands where the lands hated me. So, in case you're wondering, we only have 4 basic forests, so drawing both of them is pretty unlikely. I think we'll Fading Hope it on another turn when we could Sock Coming as well. The Concerted Defenses, I only have 2 in the deck because there are going to be just so many times where they don't actually work. Wow. Full set of Chaplains. Alright. So I like playing this for blue, Fading Hoping that, and then forcing them to play it again where I counter it. I'm gonna put a stop here. And the turn. Go. Alright. So here's what I could do. I could counter that, and then, I just need to figure out which one I want to counter and which one I want to just deal with. I think this is the one I have to counter. If I let them sink the mana in first, I could bounce it, but then I can't do anything about Lunarch Aspirant, and that's the main issue. So my idea is I'm going to actually use Divide by 0 to bounce this back. So they spent 4 mana, I spent 3. And let's see. Yeah, no enchantments, nothing like that. So let's just grab our Environmental Sciences. So unfortunately we still have to deal with the Lunarch. And we even have to deal with that next turn. But yeah, definitely I've been wanting to run Concerted Defenses. And these decks just have not accepted Concerted Defense as a acceptable option. Alright. I think I leave all my mana open. I have to counter that spell. Perfect. Now I can Feign Hope this and they can't play it again. I don't think this deals with the situation I'm in. I think I have to throw this back. Yep. Alright. So the problem is... Well, I mean, I already kind of went through all the problems. Alright, we're facing this Stonebuyer's familiar version, so... Alright. Get another blue. I think I just have to play Suspicious Stowaway and thread it as a blocker. Which doesn't really block anything, but you get a Fading Hope. We pretend we have a Feign Hope or a Concerted Defense, depending on what they do here. We're just not in a good spot. Stonebuyer's familiar cannot attack in, or we block with Suspicious Stowaway, which I think is actually something we have to do. Yep. Definitely, like, we're in a color combination that can't deal with mono white aggro. And we're in a area of the ladder where we're going to face a ton of it. So I think I've just been playing the wrong deck for this, is basically all it comes down to. Because I can't think of a card in my deck that could deal with wide boards like this, other than just not let them happen. And yeah, these considered defenses, Gate Suck in my hand, always cause issues. Alright. I'm not going to stick around. I'm going to try and move on to the next games. Once I know that the game's over, I'm just going to move on. But, yeah, how does... Like, the way that these decks deal with it is the Cyclone Summoner. And Cyclone Summoner is 7 mana. So, you're going to need ramp if you do that. If you're using ramp, then you're not really... I mean, you're not really doing this deck the way I thought you'd have to. I'm trying to think if there's any way, like, a Simic deck can deal with mono white other than just get big enough. Goes first. Big issue with only having 9 creatures. Yeah, I think one of my issues is that this deck, by the way it works, only has 9 creatures and relies on creatures. So, we found our error. Gets the odds to say the least. I'm playing it. I don't care. Alright. We'll put divide by 0 and a considered defense. Alright. That was a mistake on my part. That gets Jawari disrupted. Well, I forgot that this turns into a wolf by playing it the way I did. Or that this flips. Reveal. Alright. I'm going to Winter Horde Blessing, and I'm going to Otherworldly Gaze and Winter Horde Blessing, I think is my plan. Alright. Yeah, none of those really help me here. Alright, so now I apply a lot more pressure. We flip it back. We have a considered defense. It's only for 1. Or, I mean, we don't... This isn't a creature that works on that anymore. We're definitely way too low. Yeah, so the problem is the Reckless Stormseer is giving them the ability to haste creatures out, and that was just something I couldn't. I am unable to play around. So while I think that this Insectile Aberration Theme can work out, this is not how I make it work out. Because now, yeah, they give the Kessick haste, and we're back behind. Alright, well, we consider defenses to block that, at least. But yeah, they give the Kessick Naturalist haste, and now we're taking a ton of damage is coming towards us. And, like, we just have to Winter Horde Blessing and divide by 0 to hope that they can't get through. Something of that nature. Some combination. Alright. So my plan is literally this, and then whichever they don't play any creatures, they attack with both. Whichever one they buff, I am going to divide by 0. It does not work. They have Essica's Chariot, therefore it does not work. We were a little too late. Oh my gosh, there was actually a turn. When they crewed that, I bounced the Reckless Stormseeker. That was actually how... I could have won that game right there if I just paid attention. I made a mistake, and it cost me the game. As it should, but, like... I actually had... I just want people to understand. If I understood this deck better, if I understood the situation better, I had lethal. All I had to do is when they crewed the Essica's Chariot, Instead of bouncing the Esca's Chariot, I bounced the Reckless Stormseeker before they could give it haste. They only attack with a Keswick Naturalist. I'm at 1 health. I'm still alive. They can't. They have no creature. If they had another Blizzard Brawl in hand, they could kill my Insectoidal Apparition, and then I would lose the game. But if they didn't, that was lethal. So I lost that game due to a failure on my part, not to a failure to the deck's part, and that's an important distinction. All right. All right, the Vine Glitter comes in tapped. I think we have to mulligan this. Definitely, we've played 3 games that we need to, and we basically had to consider mulligan 3 times. So that tells me that there's something fundamental that's the issue. Something very fundamental is the issue with this deck. I think I throw back the Snakeskin. If they have a kill for my Malevolent Hermit, I have the other side. The Winterhorn Blessings still do work. Go play the island first. I can play... The reason I want to save the basic land for the Snarl if I need it. Alright. So a Faithful Mending deck of some sort. I do like how a lot of these people have been playing as if Arlen's Epiphany does not exist. Alright. Now that we have that, I can play the Forest, Malevolent Hermit. This one comes into play as an island. Alright. Facing a 3-color deck. Interesting. Alright. Just more mending. I play the Tide Pathway. I look like I'm threatening a Sot coming. And I also throw a Malevolent Hermit's kill, so it limits their options. I think I have to Winterhorn Blessing. Look at this deck. Board clear? Like... Yeah, I'm just Winterhorn Blessing now. Submit 0. I need the extra damage. Play around Spikefield Hazard. I just need the extra damage. What am I facing? I played the Winterhorn Blessing because I thought there'd be 0 targets. Alright. Now we get a hold of the Memory Deluge. I mean, we're attacking. I can counter it, stop their learn, leave them at a few cards, and play the Geist, the Benevolent Geist if I want. Alternatively, I just play it back as a 2/1 and have a counterspell ready. I actually like countering it. Now my spells can't be countered. They do have Faithful Mendings. They are keeping themselves nice and healthy. They have board clears that I have to worry about. The Memory Deluges will help me now that we're this late in. The Faithful Mending doesn't really have many... their win condition is Leer. Just flat out. Rewarded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, if they bounce this card back to hand, I get the Hermits. So... Alright. Question is, so they only scry 1. They don't learn a new card, so... I'm happy with that. Let's Memory Deluge. Get ourselves Leer. Get ourselves our own Fading Hope, I think. Yeah. I think that's the play. Well, it's uncounterable. Alright. Yeah. 100% This deck plays Leer, and that's its win condition. Just, I can't see any other play, or any other win condition with this sort of deck. Do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I'm gonna Malevolent Hermit. I get a Hold Up Memory Deluge, and counter whatever they do. So the thing is, they gotta loot through a ton of their deck. But until they get Leer, they get no card advantage from it. Flame Painter, alright. Alright, let's grab a Sock Coming. I think at this point I just grab 2 Sock Comings and make it so they can't do anything. Yeah. Does the talents. Do I want to... So I can draw another... So I could just counter it, and then as they attack with a Flame Painter, I have Fading Hope. Otherwise, I draw 2 off of it. They have 1 mana left open. Oh, I just... Alright, cool. I'm gonna play this tapped. And it is still tapped down, so I'm just going to foretell the Sock Coming, I think. Alright. So they have to start top decking answers, basically. Or else we will top deck them to oblivion. Now my spells can't get countered. Let's play a Winterhorn Blessing. Cathartic Pyre. Winterhorn Blessing still taps it down. No need. Yep. Play Leer. All my cards in my grave have, I have 3 cards in my grave. Oh, all flashback. This entire flashback synergy is just my graveyard. Alright. Seagate Restoration. Number of cards in your hand plus 1. So it's literally cycling a card. I think I'll allow you to cycle a card. I think this is when I Fading Hope the Ifrit Flame Painter. Oh, but I wait for it to resolve first. And then I resolve the... Now that they don't have the mana for it. Leer. Alright, we have a Fading Hope and a Snakeskin Veil. The Sock Comings suck, but that's okay. We have so many other value engines that does not matter. Alright. Turn. Cool. Alright, let's play the Winterhorn Blessing in the graveyard. Cast with Flashback for 3 or 2. One creature I control, one creature I don't control. Snakeskin. Spells can't be countered, but Hexproof isn't countering. Alright. We kill them in a few turns. And we have enough for a Memory Deluge and another Snakeskin Veil. Alright. Feign Hope. Second Snakeskin Veil. Just allows me to make it mine bigger. For 4. Alright. Suspicious Stowaway and the Fading Hope, I think. I kind of want the land, but I think this is late enough in the game where it doesn't matter. Oop. Made a mistake. Oh, I'll just unsummon the Fleet Plane Hater as it tries to attack. That solves the problem. But yeah, they needed some sort of Leer effect, or else this was all just a mistake. Wow, they have that much bounce. It's impressive. Alright. Well, while that's on the stack, I think I'm going to play the Fade Hope in my graveyard. Well, it's still a Graveyard Fading Hope. The thing is, now that they've bounced it back, I get a Sot coming. But yeah, just a lot of bounce spells and cards to hopefully recur their cards in their grave, which has the issue of you need to actually get the cards to recur them. Alright, Teaching of the Archaics. I saw this one coming. No card draw for you. Alright. Otherworldly Gaze. Yeah. Do I want Delver or Leer first? I mean... Or Delver or Divide by 0 first. I think I want Delver first. Start with an attack. Nail the other Otherworldly Gaze. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awesome. So I gotta hold up the Memory Deluge. Yep. Okay, Sot coming and Divide by 0. Do I want to divide this by 0 to force them to play it again? I think so. I like expanded anatomy here. My turn. Alright. It's Otherworldly Gaze. Sot coming's great. Winterhorde Blessing into the grave. Put Divide by 0 on top, definitely. Because I need to reveal it. Alright. Just nice little thought-provoking magic with 2 counter spells in my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Okay. So I get to counter both. Yeah, I have lethal my turn. It's all good game. There's nothing they can do. I do like the idea of their deck, but it just runs into the forever problem of it's the cards that are good. The cards helping the deck work do not draw cards. That's why I moved down to 2 otherworldly gazes, because while it worked with Demi-Lich, because its win condition involved throwing these in the grave, with Delver of Secrets you have to just blind flip, and there's just better ways to do it. You get 2 works, but beyond that. But yeah, that just showed that as long as it's not a broken deck, I can grind. Alright. Whew. Alright, I go first. I have a tap drawer disruption into Suspicious Stowaway. Into options. Yep. I think I do want to just play Suspicious Stowaway ASAP. I don't want to hold up Jawari Fiends. Alright. Facing the Goblin deck again. Well, these Stowaways are not flipping. I'll tell you that much right now. Better to just discard the Otherworldly Gaze at this point. Yeah. I don't want to discard the Memory Deluge, but... do I block? That's a tough one. I'm going to say no. I want at least 1 card. I want 1 card cycle before I start blocking. Alright. That was very much a mistake on their side, but it worked out anyways. Alright. I now have 3 different plays. Consider defense if they go for another play with fire. Well, actually, now the considered defense doesn't work, but... Maybe if it's Cathartic Pyre. Perfect. Not going to find many times to use considered defense, so... could use it now. Like to draw a land to discard the Otherworldly Gaze. Alright. This encourages them to play 2 spells. This does mean that the considered defense goes back to 0. It's kind of funny, I have 2 cards that help with considered defense, but both flip to no longer help with considered defense. If they play 1 big spell, I divide by 0 it, and I'm in a not good but not bad spot. Spike Field. Yeah, I think it's worth Fading Hope my own Seafaring Werewolf to protect it from that. Yep. Actually, I should have just used Otherworldly Gaze and milled it. Like, I'm going to get a land with Otherworldly Gaze if I want a land. Draw Disruption and Vine Glimmer do not want to be here. Alright, we're still Knight. I'm going to actually Memory Deluge first. I'm going to hold up Divide by Zero, Consider Defense, or Memory Deluge. They got a lot of Dens of the Bugbear, but not a lot of plays otherwise. Divide by Zero cannot bounce Bugbear Dens, unfortunately. Alright. I'm going to play Stowaway and Delver. Land. Ooh. Or. So I could hold the Divide by Zero or the Considered Defense. Not both. So we can't block the Den of the Bugbear. And we can't even block the Fireblade Charger. Ugh. This was a bad play. Well, if they... Yeah, that was a bad play. I did not expect this side of deck to have Gold Span. Well, we're probably dead now. Oh, why didn't I attack? I could draw a card and discard. That was not... Yeah, I made so many wrong plays this turn. Like, this game. And then you just add in Spike Field Hazard. Yeah, just let it die. I played that so wrong, and the Spike Field is a good card. Bounce that now. I really hope whatever they play... Oh my gosh. Well, that's game. Yeah, they just had too much pressure on board. And I just did some stupid mistakes, and that cost me. Every stupid mistake was mine. I did not play that well. I thought it was the Goblins deck, and then once it started going slow, I'm just like, oh, I'm winning. Why does that deck play Fireblade Charger? Or why does that deck play Goldspan? It's one or the other. One of those questions needs to be answered. But yeah, it seems like the correct answer was to block with my 1/1 on the first character, because that just stopped his damage, but I didn't realize that. Deads of the Bugbears have been an issue, but I cannot really add in themes right now. Alright. I think we throw back the Snakeskin Veil, because once we get to... I'm assuming we're getting our third land, and the Snakeskin protects our creatures when we just want the creatures now. So... And they gave me a hello, I'll hello back. Just be friendly. Alright. There we go. Whew. Get everything ready. I think I just leave... So, I can foretell Saw It Coming, and still have Malevolent Hermits trigger around. So that's good. I'm hoping to draw more lands, but I'm okay if things go south for me. Alright. More foretells. Problem is I didn't draw land. Okay. I'm okay with a Fading Hope here. I'd rather have this go back to my hand than sacrifice it to go to the graveyard. Do they play a land and then Expressive Iteration? That's not how you do it. They now realize their mistake. Alright, well, we're stuck at 3 lands. It's very unfortunate. They have 2 Allrun's Epiphanies foretold. Again, they play a land and then they Expressive Iteration. Dio Ghost Guts, or whatever your pronunciation is of the name. You're supposed to play your land after this very theme. Alright. Well, I have 2 Salt Comings to counter the Allruns when they come in, but I don't like it. I also have the Malevolent Hermit, of course. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, I'm getting my lands. Thank goodness. And yes, this 2 damage is going to be my win condition right now. Cinderclasm? Alright, and now I get a hold up Sot coming if they happen to get to their Arlans or something dangerous enough to deserve the counterspell. Alright. We continue attacking. If they kill it, I'm going to hold up the Memory Deluge. I wonder if they realize that it comes back as Malevolent Hermits, so it's actually okay for me. And yeah, the Environmental Sciences, I'm not counting the Sciences, I'm countering the Arlans that come after it. Because I think that's 3 Arlans, not 3 Sot Comings. Hall of Storm Giants is an issue. We've definitely let this game go too far into the late game. See if they counter my Memory Deluge. If they do, I still have it in exile. A negate. Alright. Well then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. By 1 land. Well, yep. The Hall of the Storm Giants is now going to take me out because I do not have the proper resources, which is very unfortunate. Divide by 0 cannot target it because it has a mana value of 0. Here we go. So now we have all the counterspells. If they activate the Hall, I'll block with Delver and divide by 0 it. My own Delver to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I consider defense this, they have to pay the mana, and then they can't use Hall of the Storm Giants. It looks really weird. I'm losing a card to take out their mana. And they let it get countered, because it's that important. Block, and then divide by 0 my own creature. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I can use an Environmental Sciences, I think. Otherwise, it's the... Yeah, it's definitely the Environmental Sciences. Yeah, not having Hall of the Storm Giants in this deck might actually be a cost. Might have to put 2 Halls in this in the place of 2 Islands. I mean, if they're activating Hall, they're not activating Arlen's Epiphany, which is good enough for me. Battle Frost and Fire. I saw it coming. There you go. Can we blind flip? We can blind flip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see. Do we attack with both? Yeah, if they use Hall of Storm Giants, they're actually playing in the negative. So we attack with both. We have the Snakeskin Veil staying up, looking pretty. The Winterhorn definitely does nothing, but this allows us to hold up Memory Deluge. They Memory Deluge for cards, that's okay by me. Because they're not using their Arlen's Epiphanies. They're not winning the game from here. Any big threats I can counter. Otherwise, Snakeskin Veil helps. 1, 2, 3, 4 still. Alright. Did I not Memory Deluge myself? I feel like I had the ability to Memory Deluge and I didn't. Anyways, we're about a Threat and Lethal, so it's going to be alright. 2, 3. Let's see, 4, 5, 6. So, question is, yeah. I do it like so. And then I have the Sock coming. I have the Snakeskin Veil. Yep. Wait, what did they divide by 0? Oh, doesn't matter. They figured out they lost. Alright. I was like, because I was going to Snakeskin Veil my creature, but I'm like, wait, if they divide by 0 the Winterhorn Blessing, I don't care. I just play it again. But yeah, there's just those little places, the little numbers that mattered. But yeah, glad to see that deck working out. Nice little Simic deck. Delver of Secrets actually doing its job, being a early game threat. I would like to play until I get to a point where I can play Delver on turn 1. I don't think I've been able to play Delver on turn 1 yet. And also because of Spikefield Hazard and stuff, the one deck time that I got close, it just got shot. So, that is definitely a concern. The Suspicious Stowaways I can't have more than 2 of. The idea was I have the Snakeskin Veils and the other cards that give +1/+1 counters. Alright. I think I island Otherworldly Gaze looking for my creatures. Alright. Alright. That is not my creatures. Alright, well, we're going to use the Otherworldly Gaze again. Alright, they play a white. I think this is a matchup where Lear will win me the game, so I don't want to draw Lear now, and this is the main problem. I don't want to draw Lear now, but I have to. I have no choice. I will be waiting for them to attack with white before I Fading Hope it. Wait for them to commit more presence to the board. I don't need more cards cycle, I need more good cards. Alright. They're holding something up, so I'm assuming... I see. That Ron Reunion actually really hurts because of what it means for my opponent's deck. I might just Winterhorn Bless. I think I have to Winterhorn Blessing, tap down the white, and get ready to turn this into a combative threat. I think that's my win condition here. They're about to use the Ron Reunions to just wreck me, so I need to counter it my own way. I'm just too low on cards already. And there are no blocks I can make here, so we just take it. Alright, cool. Because they were on Reunion, I think I just buff the Malevolent Hermit now. And I think I just keep tapping this one down. I could swing in for 4, but I think if they want to block the Shambling Ghast, I'm A-okay with it. Turn. Next turn I get double Winterhorn Blessing and just keep going. If I draw a land, I can Leer, so I'll have Fading Hope in there. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Champion of the Parish. Okay. I think they're at 2 cards left. I'm going to bank on them not having responses and just start applying pressure, I think, is my plan. I'm going to give them the chance to run Reunion. If they don't take it... Yep. Is that there? They create a treasure token, which means if they create a treasure token, that means they need that exact mana, which means the Dwari Disruption is very valuable. Alright, that was expected. Tainted Adversary. Gosh darn it. So Tainted Adversary, because it can sink in the mana later, it makes a 3/4. It makes a huge champion. I'm glad I tapped down the Champion Parish. I'll say that much. Yeah. Basically, it's just a lot of decks can make these devastating boards really quickly. Well, alright. So if I attack with my 5/4, I can no longer use it to block Champion of the Perished. I think I just Leer and go. I just play Leer and go. It's not the play I want, but this allows me to still possibly block Champion of the Perished. The Leer stops the white. We just have to hope that last card isn't good. Oh. It's amazing. Now I have to sacrifice a creature into Champion of the Parish just to not die immediately to the Champion of the Parish. And then I have to Fading Hope it. And... Alright. So I have to block Malevolent Hermit on the 10/10. Then Leer can unsummon it next turn. And that's the only way I even had a chance of surviving. Well... So the reason I only have 1 Leer is because of all the counter spells I have. So. And my hand is useless, but... And they have... If they just swing in with all their zombies, they win. Just some people don't think to do it. Alright. I think this deck does have potential, but there's definitely... There's definitely an inconsistency problem. The amount... I've mulligan... Like, I don't mulligan often, yet I've had to mulligan quite a lot with this. I don't feel comfortable adding Field of Runes to the deck. And Field of Runes is going to be kind of necessary in a lot of games. Like, with the Hall of the Storm Giants. There's definitely, like, a lot of things that are making this deck not work particularly well. A lot of just small little errors and issues. Alright. So we have a Suspicious Stowaway that could start attacking and throwing my Memory Deluges in the graveyard. And I could hold up my Sock coming, which means I get to flip it to Night the turn after. So, unfortunately, it means if they go in first, and they go in, and I have to be defensive instead of offensive, I am dead. But I think if I mulligan and they need me to be defensive instead of offensive, I'm already dead. So... I'm going with this. And I will be playing the Pathway as a tie channel first, because if I get the Snarl, I want to make sure I can play it with a Force in my hand. So yeah, with Memory Deluge, I do allow for a bit more of a late game if I need it. Hey, I already like your deck. I'm assuming I'm going to be seeing a lot of token generators. Yep. But yeah, it's like decks either have a bunch of board clears or a bunch of cards that deal with big boards, which counter each other, I guess. In case you're wondering, I played it as an island because I want to have Salt coming ready. If I need to. Oof. They did not take environmental sciences, so they have a land. That's just guaranteed at this point. They're just trying to suggest whether they play the hunt or whether they kill a suspicious stowaway. Yeah. Because... okay. I'm happy with this. No blocks. I'm throwing away one of these deluges, 100%. Alright, so I have a Sock coming and a Snakeskin Veil, both ready for me. With a Jawara Disruption to back it all up. Alright. The opponent's going to swarm the board. Alright. Yeah, no point in it. I am holding up a Memory Deluge right now. Let's hold up a Memory Deluge. They're winning the race right now. That's definitely a theme that's happening. Yeah, if they play nothing here, I'm not playing the Deluge because... do I saw it coming? I mean, I don't care about their card draw. Alright. I guess I could have disrupted that, but... don't think it matters enough. Alright. I think I still have to play Snakeskin Veil up and ready, because... alright. Lear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Don't want either of these. Alright. I'm gonna tap down their Skullport Merchant. Gonna see how this fares. Unfortunate. I milled 2 lands Think I'd just get more, and I did not. No Fading Hope, no solutions. Wow. I really just drew nothing. And was okay with that. And so now they basically beat me down. Yep, and they just swarmed the board and I don't have an answer to it. Because I am not a color that can answer it. Alright. Yeah, I just don't have an answer to board swarms, which is what's going on in the format right now. I have a lot of counter spells, so I can handle the Arl runs decks, but I can't deal with board swarms. And I don't know how blue-green would get an answer to board swarms. So as long as that's the case, I think you just need to know your meta. I'm not in the... I guess I'm not in high enough elo to face all the all-runs decks, but definitely with all these board swarms, I just cannot play this deck, because there's no answer to board swarms. Like, what can I do as a blue-green deck? Like, I found Sleep. Do I actually have to put Sleeps in place of the Memory Deluges? I think that might actually be the play, yeah. I'm going to try it just one time. I'm going to just slide those out. See if Sleep is the answer. Just give it one game. Watch me run into a deck that doesn't work like that. Now that I switched it out. Probably want to do 2 and 2, honestly. So, but I just went crazy. Alright. And it is... Alright, so I need 8 cards in my graveyard for it to trigger. Interesting. Hey, thanks for the raid, Just Paranoid Theens. I was just trying out this, some constructed decks, seeing how they would feel, how they would fare. And this is actually going to be my last game of the stream, so it's not really much of a... Thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate it. The deck's been having a weird issues. I just added in the Sleeps, seeing if that would help me, because I've been facing a ton of this kind of aggressive... So it's a blue-green deck. And I've been facing all these aggressive decks that just make huge boards. So I've been like trying to force my way onto the board and use Sleep as my solution for that. Alright. So let's start with attacking. Alright. So I have 5 cards in my graveyard. It's going to be 8 at the end, but I'm going to play these. Splash black and add board wipes. Look, I don't want to be a 3-color deck this early. Thank you very much for suggesting it, and I was that's actually what I'm considering. I'm like, I need some way to get board wipes, but the thing is, all the good black board wipes cost double black, and I don't think I could splash that deep. I do not believe I can splash that deep for the board wipes. Because blue-green doesn't have board wipes, which I think just means that these sort of decks, I can't really do much. How's it going, Magic Pope? Thank you very much for coming by. We're just playing Magic the Gathering. Just a weird deck that I built. It's not working out too well, but Tri-lands allow you to do a lot. I'm in Standards. Tri-lands rotated out. I can't use Tri-lands. Hey, thank you, Magic Pope. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey, Liv's here. You too. Thank you very much, you guys. Still lands, dual lands do a lot, and I have 8 dual lands, but it's still not. I'm still not drawing them, so it doesn't matter. All right. Fabled Passage still in? Nope. 12 possible black sources. I also needed to use the snarls to get my colors correct. So like, I'm missing a lot of sources, and I need to draw another source of mana, another color of mana, right now. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Leer is going to be good. I think I actually... No, I'm going to discard the Divide by 0. You know what? I think I play the Sleep. And then just next turn I Sleep. The next turn I Leer, sort of theme. Yeah. Let's tap them down. Make sure to limit their damage. Because they have all the damage in the air. They have lethal right now. So I want to lock it down. M21 rotated out. Yep. How much Ryan are you running? 24. 24. So, imagine not playing blue-green and not hitting green. Look, I imagine a lot of these, and then I get the reality, and the realities could often be disappointing. Alright. But yeah. Delver of Secrets is back? Yes, Delver of Secrets is back. That was what I was banking on to make this deck work. Alright. Well, I have to do this just to survive. So sleeps are doing their work. At least sleeps are doing their job. Didn't Wizards lose the first time how busted it is? So they made the format a lot more broken, so it's actually balanced and not even good enough to see play. The whole reason I'm trying to make it see play with this deck, and it's not working. So, say it's busted all you want, it's not good enough right now. Well, let's see. Is there a way I can survive? Can I Winterhorn tap, and take 9? I don't... Is this can be played as a land? Yep. Alright. So at least I survive with the play I'm about to do. If they have a kill spell, I'm dead. So I'm just going to sink it all into the Seafaring Werewolf. Alright. So they deal 9 damage to me. I'm not dead. I have threats. I have 2 more sleeps in the deck. Did they mill any sleeps? Let's see. The sleep I played. Another sleep. No sleeps have been milled. There are still 2 sleeps in the deck. How's it going, K-Gaming? We're actually just finishing us up. This is the last game I want to play. I want to see how Sleep felt in the deck. And Sleep actually has been feeling a lot better than Memory Deluge. So, that's something. This card's a rogue. Huh. I like the idea of this person's deck. The whole issue is, let's imagine I had black, and I used Meat Hook Massacre on 1. Oh. Or how about I just die right now? So yeah, like the decks I'm facing right now are all very vulnerable to board clears, and blue-green does not have access to board clears. It's that simple. Oh well. Oh well, at least I'm not facing Allrun's Epiphany. I'm actually having some games. That's a positive at least. At least I'm not facing Allrun's Epiphany right now. So at least I have that. I do like the idea of this deck. I think it could be good if we're not facing as many board states as I am, but I just need to play a lot of board clears. Honestly, so I have a deck idea called Board Clear Tribal. Right here, Board Clear Tribal. I guess I just need to play this deck. But the problem with this deck is to craft everything for it, I need to get another 18... I need to use 18 rare wild cards. But that just looks like what the format is for me right now. And then this one dies to Allrun's Epiphany, because it's Allrun's Epiphany or Swarm the board, be extra aggressive. Oh well. Oh well. That's why you don't run blue-green. Look, man, I love Simic, and I love Simic specifically when it's bad. When Wilderness Reclamation was around, Simic sucked, because everyone was the Wilderness Reclamation deck. What's the Boogeyman deck right now? This is this is a basic concept of it, but it's basically 4 Alrund's Epiphanies, some board clears. Basically it slows down and dirtles the game. This is a version that has all the sideboard stuff, but basically the idea is it slows down the game a bunch, and then it uses Galvanic Iteration. Once you get to like turn 8 or so, after it took the game to a crawl, Cinderclasms and such, you Galvanic Iteration to double up Alrund's Epiphany, which will give you 2 extra turns and 4 power of flyers. And then you use that time with the 2 turns. The first turn you use Memory Deluge and effects like that to search through your deck, so you could do it again on the next turn, and then you just win the game. Then they have like Life Gain. This is Life Gain and Cycle. They have just a bunch of small little kill spells. As I said, this is more built for best of 3 with a lot of their effects in the sideboard. But this is basically the deck. Alrund's Epiphany. Time Walk with Birds, basically. Yes. Time Walk with Birds is the theme. And the way you beat this card... So, you know what? Let's just do a little talk on Alrund's Epiphany. So the problem with Alrund's Epiphany is with Foretell, you can move it from your hand into exile and wait to cast it later, which means discard does not target it. And because discard does not target it, the only way to target the sorcery is to counter it when it comes to play. That's really the only play pattern to beat this right now. And if you're countering spells, then you're probably playing blue. And if you're playing blue, you should probably be playing Alrund's Epiphany. I specifically remember I built a Sorcerer class deck to try to do something interesting, and I found after a certain point that literally just playing Alrund's Epiphany instead of Sorcerer class, for a deck built around Sorcerer class, it was better to play Alrund's Epiphany. This card is... We need some more ways to play around with it in colors other than blue. Because when we can't, then our solution is just to use aggression. The other decks that are really strong are mono green Stompy aggro and mono white aggro. These are the 3 decks. Alrund's Epiphany, mono white aggro, mono green aggro. Note the difference with those 2 decks is they could say, I don't care about all of these cards, I'm killing you anyways. And they're big enough that they don't die to things like Cinderclasm. That's basically what it is. Are there anti-token enchantments around? Nope. There is... What's it called? Bloodline Culling is the closest to that. Which, Bloodline Culling is just a Cinderclasm in black. So, we might need an Engineered Plague effect. That might actually help us quite a bit, because that also stops Alrund Epiphany tokens. So, yeah. But yeah, no, there's no real, there is Redain. I don't own a Redain right now. I also misspelled it. I'm just gonna type in, oh, I didn't misspell it. I have white negated. But Redain here. So Redain, the backside, if a sorcerer opponent controls would deal damage to you or a permanent you control, prevent 1 of that damage. Alrund's Epiphany makes a bunch of 1/1 birds. I guess that's a counter. That's 1 card in a different color. That's sub-theme. Except then that deck just uses Leer and gets super hyper value. And usually these decks run, if Redain was more of a threat for these decks, the decks would run more Goldspan Dragons, which would then, that doesn't stop the Alrund's tokens anymore. What's Leer? Leer gives all your spells flashback. That's all you really need to know. Leer is a very powerful broken card, but it costs 5 to play, and it's small in the body, and it ends up just being, yeah, it ends up being pretty strong. The problem, like, I don't think Magic is too, like, it's just kind of stuck between 2 tier 1 decks, and everything is blue. If you're control, you have to be blue, and I always dislike that. I like to have control, like, when there was a mono red control, I was very happy about that, because it's just like a different kind of control deck. But yeah, the problem is there's not really much mid-range, is my thing. But mid-range is hard to make. I do like mid-range synergy stuff, and they're getting kind of close. Like, you saw that Rogues deck that beat me just a while ago. I'm hopeful that Rogue decks like that can see play. Because while I lost to it, that was because of my weakness, not because that deck was broken or unfun. That deck was a lot more fun. So, I play these decks because it's what I hope for the meta to be. Black to Delver, This deck has some powerful effects, but you can combat it with it. You can play with it. It takes a while before the Delver actually tears you apart. Demi-Lich? Demi-Lich is a card you can interact with. There's a lot of stuff you can move around and a lot of pieces in that way. The Witch deck, the Witch Puppet Stitcher, like, I have to build a board, and boards are always interactable. And, like, the Stick Figures deck didn't perform very well, but, of course, Stick Figures, everyone loves cards that use graveyard synergy stuff. And just having big, beefy bodies and graveyard synergies. Anyways, that's the meta for today, and while the meta is like that, they said that they're planning in Crimson Vow to print some cards to help us interact with Alrund's Epiphany and the like, but until we get those cards, I have to just play around as if they don't have it, which means I have to play aggressive or play board clears and stuff like that. I do enjoy these decks. I do like that I got wins. There have been times where I've built decks like this, I got 0 wins and it felt really bad. So I'm glad I got some wins. And I do think these decks can eventually be really good and really fun. But not today. Not just yet. Let's wait for Crimson Vow. Let's see what they add. Let's see how we can interact with Alrund's Epiphany. I think this deck was fun. I think there is potential somewhere in here if we can find it. Until then, everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And with that, Magic Pope, unfortunately, I stayed 30 minutes late to finish this stream. So I am actually going to be closing up here. Is there anyone... Magic Pope, Paranoid, would either of you suggest a channel I should raid? All good, buddy. Nice to see you where Magic is now. So Magic, I make it sound worse than it is, but definitely Alrund's Epiphany is a big issue. Despite the powerful cards, because everyone has powerful cards, I think Magic can be in an okay place. Like, it's not too far away from somewhere that's good. The problem is, it's just like I built this red-white deck that seemed pretty fun. What was it? Let's see if I can find it. Jim Davis Flamescald deck. Here, this is a burn deck. This is a life-linking burn deck. Sacred Fires, play with fires, just cards that deal direct damage to the face, cards that synergize with it. And the way it wins the late game is that these cards gain life, and it turns into a more controlling variant of the deck. And that's really cool. That's really cool that it becomes a controlling variant, then uses, like, Bloodthirsty Adversary to finally, like, on turn 8, flash 2 of the cards back and try to swing in. And it just, like, it's a burn deck that, if they have a counter to burn, has an alternate path. And this one looks legitimately interesting. And they just said they needed some issues with the sideboard that they need to fix out. This deck excites me. And this deck can actually see constructed level play. It's just, the reason I'm not playing it is because if I craft all 18 rare cards, I don't really want to spend those rares until I'm certain it will work. And I'm not confident with best of 3, not as much as I should be. But this is like a super cool deck, and I love it. And like, yeah, in its sideboard, the thing that he was having issue with is his idea was in the sideboard, if they have ways to gain life or make the burn not work, we literally just turn into a life gain creature control deck. So they replace the burn cards for creatures, or if they're board clearing, we replace the creatures with more burn. And, hey, they have 2 Redains in here. Cool. But yeah, it was just like this cool... So like there are... Like in tier 2 and tier 3, there are some of the most beautiful decks. Beautiful decks I haven't seen that... Yeah, there are some extremely beautiful decks over here in the sideboard. Over here in tier 2 and tier 3. It's just tier 1 is oppressive in the least interactive way. And that's what I don't like. Okay, second least interactive. There have been far less interactive decks, and those were just not fun. I think there is hope. There is hope for the format, but we need a few more answers. We need to deal with a few cards on top. As broken as Lear looks, you have to recognize the phrase on Lear. Spells can't be countered. Counter spells don't work. You're in deep blue, and counter spells do not work, even for you. Lear is actually a fun card to play with. Lear can be a very fun card if you work through it. It's just, people have built their way around it. So I hope that shows that there is hope for Standard. It's just Alrund's Epiphany and aggro has put the meta between a rock and a hard place in a way I don't like. But yeah. So is there anyone you have that you can think of I can raid, Magic Pope? Because I do need to shut this down. I do need to move on. Otherwise, I'm just going to raid Robot Jesus. So, with that, thank you very much for stopping by. I do enjoy it. I did appreciate it. Alright. I'm going to start up the raid unless you have... if you give a name before the raid ends, I will stop and change my raid target. Till then, let's start the raid to Robot Jesus. Appreciate the breakdown. Yeah, no, obviously, Magic is a difficult game, and you have to, you know, you're seeing it after a long time. It's hard to break it down. Because it's like a lot of people will always call it a dumpster fire, but there's hope. There is hope, and a lot of people don't see that. So I just want to show you the hope before I let you go. Anyways, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day, and we'll raid Robot Jesus. Recently he's been doing a lot of playthroughs, and so he just finished a Final Fantasy X playthrough. Now he's doing Morrowind, just so you know what you're about to get into.